All right, guys, welcome. Hi, I'm here. That 2 minutes went really quick. Let me just get the next thing loaded. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know I'm really small right now, but you guys are big, and I'm so glad you're here. And we have big things to talk about tonight. Oh God, just you wait. It was like the show got more packed as each moment passed today, but that's great because we have a lot of interesting things to talk about, and I can't wait to discuss with you guys.
Shanann Watts and her two daughters, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, vanished on Monday. Their startling disappearance triggering a statewide alert as police and the FBI focus on her home outside Denver, where she was last seen.
And the viciousness of the crime. And equally aggravating in this court's determination is the despicable act of disposing of the bodies in the manner in which they were done in this case. I've been a judicial officer now for starting my 17th year, and I could objectively say that this is perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen.
All right, guys, and I'm here. All right, guys. So welcome back to Watch the Obsession live stream and chat. Thank you guys so much for being here this evening. I know we have some OGs here. We have some new members. I have 2 necklaces on. Look at this. We're getting the pearls off. And we have our wonderful moderators. Subscribers. We have a little necklace snafu. We got some hair behind the ears. There we go. Fix that, right? And I'm so glad you guys are here because we are going to be talking about the namesake case for this channel, which is, of course, the Watts case. So the topic for the evening is who gave Chris Watts the OxyContin? Now, I'm not talking about the OxyContin that he perhaps was using recreationally for himself or to use as a source of pain management while a fractured bone was healing in his body. No. This is the OxyContin that Chris Watts obtained for the purpose of harming his family. Now, I'm going to be intentionally slightly vague in that statement right now, because as you're going to see throughout the years, and also based on the evidence, there are different legitimate theories about what the nature of that harm to his family was going to be using the OxyContin as a weapon, and to whom that harm was going to be done. So you'll understand what I'm talking about in just a moment here. But first, before we get into that topic, and this is actually a perfect segue into the subject I just mentioned. Now, pick up my hint there, okay? There was it's like real, actual kind of news about Chris Watts' former mistress, the woman formerly named Nicole Kessinger. We all know that she had a legal name change, and she has been off the freaking radar, like off the globe. Nobody can find her. No traces of her on social media, no traces of her on the interweb, no traces of her anywhere. Do you know how many people have been looking for her? There are 61,000 members of this channel. I am willing to bet that many of those members or subscribers to this channel have been looking for her. I know I have, and a lot of you have, and so many other people have as well. Nobody has been able to find a legitimate trace of her. Now, I will say, some of you and I were just talking about this in the comment section to a community post I just made saying, do you think this is Nicole Kessinger? Because guys, all right, spoiler alert, we found her. Well, who specifically found her? I kind of hate to say it, but I'm going to say it because we've got to give credit where credit is due. You know that guy that used to have a channel here on YouTube called Seeking the Truth with Dave? He's elsewhere now. We have a little bit of bad blood, but we're not going to go into that. It was a loyal viewer of his, whatever he does, that found this footage that I absolutely believe is Nicole Kessinger. Actually, I fact checked and looked into the backstory. Where did this video come from? When was it taken? Can it be verified? What is the actual source? So I have that whole trail and all the receipts. I can show them all to you. This is Nicole Kessinger. So many channels, and particularly like a handful of channels, do it all the time. You know, they say, oh, Nicole Kessinger sighting, and oh, we have exclusive information about what Nicole Kessinger is up to now, what she's doing. Here she is with a baby. Here she is with a shopping cart. Here she is all fat. Here she is all skinny. Here she is with a brown bikini. Here she is, whoops, oops, no more brown bikini. You know, whatever the case may be. Or they say they've been contacted by, you know, people from the interweb, and they give them secret information, guys. And I think many of you know this, but if you don't, I can tell you, myself and the research team on this channel have looked into every possible lead, because, you know, we do talk about Nicole Kessinger a lot, and it is for good reasons. And those reasons are for justice for the victims of this case. We look into every single lead. I promise you, not a single one of them has had any legitimacy whatsoever. Okay. So if you haven't seen the post yet, first, I'm going to just show you like the still shots. We won't spend too much time on this, but oh my God, your comments, guys, some of your comments were great. Pepper came in with the best one. Well, I didn't read them all yet, but Pepper, you freaking cracked me up. I'll read it to you in just a moment here. Just let me get to the post. Oh my gosh. And I need to know what you think. Is this woman Nicole Kessinger? Anyone, do you know how to put up surveys by chance, or does anyone anaphylaxis? You have to do it through YouTube, not StreamYard. I don't know if either of you would know how to do it, but if you do, let me know. All right, guys. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, guys. Holy shit. All right. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. This is like my big day. This is your big day. This is our big day. All right. So I just did a little not so great montage. Wasn't so great footage that I'm going to show you here. Let me just bring it into the stream. I know. If you haven't seen it yet, you're like, bring it on, girl. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat. I know. I got you. Here it is. Let me bring it into the stream. We're going to have to do an informal vote. So in chat, I need y'all to vote. So if you got like, you know, burgers and fries or like a super green shake or like a bunny or something in your hand, you drop it now. You need to put a 1 or a 2 in chat. 1, you're like, oh yeah, that's my bitch. Skanky empanada all the way. 2 is like, yeah. It can be anywhere from no to not so sure. So 1 is a hard yes. Dude, that's our girl. There she is. 2, you're like, I don't know. Okay. So you see, I put a little note on here. It says, is that you, empanada? Or Victoria for you, empanada? Tilde? Okay. So we have like kind of 3. Oh, I didn't even share it yet. Oh no, I just don't have the view of it. All those theatrics without sharing it. Oh man. Let's see. Why? Add to stage. StreamYard keeps changing up its format, like without any notice. Stop doing that, StreamYard. It's like not cool. All right. Okay. So we have 3 views there. Okay. So I did not distort this in any way. I did not stretch it. I did not elongate it. I did not enlarge it. This is it. This is the undistorted photos of the person that some people were claiming to be Nicole Kessinger, or as we like to call here, the Skanky Empanada. You got 3 views right there. You get that. You drop whatever you got in that hand. Give me a 1 or a 2. 1 or a 2. 1 or a 2. I need it now. Oh, I see a whole lot of 1s. Clar comes in with the astute observation of the day. How are you doing, sweetie? She gained weight. She did gain weight. And she did gain weight. Brandon, hey, how are you doing, Brandon? Oh, I see all one so far. We got Brandon with a 1. Mary Beth, hey, how are you doing, Mary Beth? I saw you over at DT show the other night. It was nice to see you. Oh, Wendy King is giving us a 2. Hey, Charlene, how are you doing? Colin says that girl works at the Piccadilly Circus. Oh my God, totally her. Says, I'm mad for it. Where was she spotted? I'm going to tell you all about it. Okay. Teresa Kennedy gives it a 1. Opinion noted. Ooh, one of those rare 2s. Says, not sure, not it. Okay. Narrator AK Flea. The good news is that horrible brown bikini doesn't fit anymore. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Sherilyn wonders if she is pregnant. I mean, that is possible. That is possible. Or she has been. That is possible. Let's see. Tisa Dela Cruz also gives us a 2. Most other people are coming in with 1s. What does the shirt say? It's just seeking the truth with Dave pissing on it. It says STTWD. That's what it is. That's where her shirt has seeking the truth with Dave's pee on it. That's what that is. Yeah, so most of you are saying 1. Yeah, man. Now let me just show you. Now it's only a few seconds of it, okay? So don't get too stoked, but I'm going to tell you the point when I'll tell you what I think. Dude, I think I already let this cat out of the bag. It's her, man. It is her. This woman has been the vein of my existence. I know I'm not the only one. Perhaps you feel that way too. But I mean, I'm going to say I've made like half a career of it for the last, long time in my life. Okay. And this, oh, I know I could do that. That's cool. I can move myself up. This is her. It's her. And I'll tell you how I know. Oh, girl, we got to have some fun. Oh, you know what? Hold it. We got to have some fun, Nikki. We're going to have some fun. And I thought now that, I'm a pretty healthy person and like I usually exercise and stuff. I used to, have a yoga studio, I do yoga. I like to walk, I think staying in shape is good. And I think it doesn't matter what your body size is. If you are healthy, if you're taking care of yourself, you feel good, that is amazing. But I've never been one to be all like super obsessive about it. And if you are, that's okay. But we all know I was never into the macros. I was never like, yo, when I started hitting it hard, I lost like, yo, I was like never that kind of person. So I'm wondering if maybe we can relate now. So NK, look at. I got some popcorn for us. It has movie theater butter. I thought maybe we could share it together. And in case you're like feeling like sweet, not savory, we have some chocolate. And I personally am a Coca-Cola girl, but my son drank all of that. So I got some ginger ale, okay, because soda is important too. And not 1, but 2. 1 for me and 1 for NK. So I was thinking, NK, maybe now that I know where you are, maybe rather than, delaying this anymore, because it's just going to be the hard way, we can just come over, we can share some pop, some chocolate, munch on some movie theater extra butter popcorn, not give a shit about our macros, and we can try to figure this out. Because you, as far as I'm concerned, have a debt to pay to society. And wow, it's been 7 years, guys. Let's just think it's monumental. It's been 7 years. 7 freaking years. And we now know where she is. Oh, yeah. That's right. It's a good day. What is this? March 29th, 2025. Mark it in the box. All right. So there's this new, where'd it go? I kind of lost you already. There's like a new watch channel I was checking out. I got a little lost. It's called like, let me give them a plug, Simpin' for What. But I guess they stand just against like hate speech. And I think that's a great thing. So I've been checking it out. Okay, I'm sorry. So I got lost on that channel. Or I'm sorry, subreddit. I'm just so excited today. I can't even think. But I think it's on the Watts Free for All one. Oh, maybe I got blocked. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I feel like I'm always close. Okay. What? Where the hell did it go? They can't have taken it down. Just give me one moment, guys. Have some of that extra butter popcorn while you're waiting. See what NK likes. See if we can coax her into coming over. Okay, here, I found it. Okay. I want to get you the one that wasn't messed with. So it's just the raw footage, the original footage. All right. Well, let's start here. All right. Well, you guys will be able to find it yourselves. So I'm just going to show this to you. I was like debating on whether you guys can find this yourselves. So it doesn't matter if I show it. I just don't want to show any information that's going to not dox someone, but I just want to be respectful to people. So this person says, okay, I fell down the rabbit hole with that new NK funeral video surfacing. I read a bunch of comments on other threads, pieced some things together, and this person got it right. The funeral took place, she's at a funeral here. The funeral took place on Thursday, January 16th, 2025 at a location, I don't want to say it. And the funeral was for her friend Danielle, and you can read her last name right there. I just don't want to say it. Her friend Danielle, the one who was at her place the weekend of the murders. NK says she stayed with her that Friday night. We don't know if she was there Saturday when Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger went out to the Lazy Dog, the triple input and all that. And we don't know if she was there. Maybe she was there for the triple input, right? We've speculated maybe that's the case. And then we'd have more inputs, maybe. But we aren't sure, but we know she was there this weekend. Apparently, and Danielle, my condolences. I'm so sorry. I know losing a parent's horrible. I'm so sorry for you. Danielle's mother passed away. So the picture that is circulating now in like super heavy fashion, that was no pun intended, for real, it was not, is Nicole Kessinger at her friend Danielle's mother's funeral. And so, get a close up of that girl. Hey, girl, what's up? Oops. Damn. Where'd it go? Reddit's like killing me right now. Oh, I found the video. Okay, bring that in. Come back, girl. Where'd you go? So, you know what? Some of, people that I spoke to, like I was talking about this with, like Honeybun and Anaphylaxis, some of the moderators here and some other people that were commenting, one of our channels, one of our True Crime Watch channels that we love, House Huddle, commented, gave me some information and my community post. We wonder if Nicole Kessinger was as put off by the fact that Danielle's parent passed away as she was when her best friend Charlotte's dad died. Do you remember during that interview? We were just watching it recently. It was during that third and final interview with Kevin Kobach when she was at that room with a long table and Tammy Lee and Cece Galbraith came in. And she was just so damn pissed that Charlotte's dad dared to die when she was all concerned about media and such and not about pregnant Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico losing their lives. And she was just so put off about that, remember? So she's got like a history with her friends and their parents' funerals, and it ain't good. But she made it to that one. I guess maybe she has not had any other, she's not been the mistress of any other men who have annihilated their families. So it's like a little more convenient, I'm assuming. You never know. Things happen, man. What can you do? Rarely has there ever been a more selfish person to walk the earth. Okay, without further ado, this is the one that was remixed from STW. Okay. Ooh, this is real small. Dang, people, man. A video in a new tab. Make that video bigger. Junk. I'm gonna have to get a moment here so I can put this in my video editor. Can't you all make videos right? So you guys can see it a little bit bigger, because you can't see this, can you? Don't let me download it. All right, there we go. Let me just get out of here, because I don't even know if it's on the screen right now. I understand it might not be. Back to this. Yeah, that wasn't even playing. I'm going to download it and make it a little bit bigger, but just so you can see what it's actually just looking at while I was talking real quick. I know it's small, sorry. So small. I'll fix it up for you guys. It'll just take me a minute. Just give me a few here, okay? You can see that. So let me tell you, I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to make the video bigger while we're talking about some other things, what we planned to speak about tonight. There's no way to make this bigger. That may have been done on purpose. But there's a moment where she is walking like towards the camera, and I was like, oh my God, that really looks like her. Like the eyes, the jawline, the shape of her mouth, her hairline, her ear, her little Aussie ears, like everything. But then she kind of like just turned a little. So you've got this like ever so slightly bit of a profile, and the cheekbones. She has a very like specific, like a strong facial structure. I'll show you. It's her. And your comments are so great. Oh my God. And I'm completely sure it's her. So I see from the comments here that most of you believe it's her too. Don't say she's fat, she'll disappear again. Now, no body shaming. No, she just filled into herself. It is 7 years later, but, Honey Bun and I were just talking about the fact that she was just so self-righteous about the macros and the fitness. And, when I hit it hard, I can lose like 50 pounds in 7 days. And it just, to me, I guess what it goes to show is just how insincere her personality is. But I mean, that's a stupid thing to even say out loud, because we all know that. Yeah, so Clara says, it seems like only yesterday she was just our little empanada, sporting a little poop colored brown bikini. And now she's almost middle-aged. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Hey, Rebecca, first time watcher. I can't. Okay. Well, we're happy you're here. Let's see. Gentry Joe says maybe she can now use some of those Thrive patches in her purse. Oh my God, that's right. She told Kovac, she's like, I think I have some in my purse. Like when she didn't want to talk about, she wanted to talk about anything other than herself, right? And so she's like, oh yeah, we're concerned about the Thrive patches. I think I have some of those in my purse. That was a good call, Gentry Joe. Maybe she can use some of those Thrive patches in her purse. Oh wait. We know she likes to check expiration dates though. That was an awesome comment. The condoms. Oh, that was perfect. You are an OG for sure. You are like an original resident of Watts Island, no doubt. Oh gosh. Let's see. Alicia says she looks super stressed out being in public, even at a funeral. Yeah, but I mean, I know like being at funerals is, yeah, I mean, she does look, we get such a short glimpse of her. I would like to see like a larger sample, her mannerisms, see if because she just had a very frenetic baseline behavior, her movements, her speech, it seemed her thought pattern was just very frenetic, even though she claimed to be very grounded and humble and wise and steady. All of her energy about her, in my opinion, and I think probably yours too, was not any of that. So I'd like to see if that changed. Did Nicole Kessinger's essence change? You know, like, has she changed inherently? Or does she even have a foundational self? Because if I am correct on what I do believe, you know, is a personality disorder she might be suffering from, which would be borderline personality disorder. And for those of you who don't know, I'm a behavioral therapist. I strongly see the indicators in her of, well, all of cluster B, all of cluster B. Where's my girl, Chris? Are you here? Just check off all of cluster B. You know, she might not have a fundamental inherent personality, but yeah, man, that's it. Steph Sean says, I'm obsessed with this story for several reasons. Great to have you back. Steph Sean, what are those reasons? Tell us some. Oh, and hey guys. Oh, hey, thank you so much for Honey Bun, one of our head moderators. Couldn't do it without her. Her and anaphylaxis and all the other moderators. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. Honey Bun says, all my donations received from tonight's live will be matched by me. That's so kind of you, Honey Bun. Thank you so much. That is so super generous. Thank you so much. And Honey Bun is also a very talented graphic designer. In just a little while, she created 5 logos for the channel, and you guys are going to vote on, I want to pick 2. Can we pick 2, Honey Bun? Which 2 you like best that we're going to officially use for the channel. They're so amazing. I'm so excited, and thank you so much, Honey Bun. So she says she's going to match dollar for dollar any donation to this live. Any form of donation is fine. Thank you so much. So that's Super Chats, PayPal, and Cash App, because some people have recently made me aware that they're not comfortable paying through YouTube because of the Google agreement. They thought it went too far. So thank you so much. And Pepper says, here we go, Honey Bun. Thank you so much, Pepper. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Honey Bun matching Pepper. Thank you so much. Hi, Sherry, sweetheart. How are you doing? Sherry, my phone has been busted. I'm so sorry I haven't talked to you. I'm so glad you're here. And she's been a member for 13 months. So thank you, guys. Guys, we're going to have a members only live tomorrow night. And then on Wednesday, there's going to be an everybody live stream here in Watch the Obsession at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show, or the DT Show, here to talk about everything Insider Idaho. So that's going to be really awesome. So I hope you guys can make that too. Oh, this is a good point. Jaden's Gigi says, if I heard her voice, Nicole Kessinger, I know 100% because every other word would be like. Oh, that's a good point. I don't think she can shake that. I think that is an inherent part of her personality. Oh, Sherry, thank you so much for the $10 sticker. Thank you so much, Sherry. You're so generous. Thank you. I appreciate you. I hope your girls are feeling better and that your whole house is. Let's see. Narrator, aka Flea, says she looks a lot plumper. You mean plumper with long hair? She's always had long hair, right? She just is plumper. There ain't no doubt about it. What Pepper's comment was on my community post that made me laugh was something like, I don't think she's focusing on macros anymore. However she worded it was really funny to me, but that's definitely changed. But people change over time. Charlene Cox says the ghosts that one would see after what she knew about would make her age for sure. What a really insightful point. And not chasing married men. She's not burning nearly as many calories. Oh, you got it all figured out. Seriously. I mean, I think that both of those things are probably at play, but we don't know that she's not chasing married men because she still might be doing that. We hope she's not, but Stephen Sean says, I really like Shannon a lot, and I can't stand how people are still attacking her character and her parenting style. Thank you for saying that, Stephen Sean. And you might like that new subreddit I just mentioned, because they're very much against that, which I think is a wonderful thing. Let's see. I removed it. Thank you for that too. Neil Sun says, plus the oxygen in her system would have given Chris legal leverage over Shanann by claiming she's taking DRUGS while pregnant. Okay, then we've got to get to the Oxy issue, because we're going to go over the history of the evidence that we know, what people have said, what has come out, what this channel has discovered regarding who gave Chris Waxy OxyContin that was obtained for the purpose of harming his family, and why did they give it to him? I know the answer, and just a couple other people on this team know the answer, and you're going to know soon with receipts. But we got to start at the beginning, because I can't believe that today is a day that she's been spotted, because this really all comes together. Wow. Could it be? I mean, I've always believed that it's meant to be, that justice is coming her way. I've always believed that. I know that's the case, but I mean, this is, yeah, man. She removed the gym, apparently, says the narrator. I'm laughing out loud. These comments, they are pretty funny. And guys, I'm not body shaming. No, like, as long as people are happy and healthy, what, the shape is, you're so beautiful and perfect, and please just take care of yourself. But man, she's got it coming in every way. Claudia Salas, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Honey Bun, thank you so much. That is so super generous. I can't even thank you so much. And I can't wait again to look at your logos. They're amazing. Lotus Spider says it's her eyebrows and her hair. I see that too. Yeah. Oh no, she actually looks like a plumber, not plumper, a literal plumber. You guys are amazing. Okay, where do we think he got the Oxy? All right, that's where we're going to head here. Okay. Nielsen also says, plus the Oxy and Shanann Watts system would have given Chris Watts and NK legal leverage in claiming Shanann was abusing DRUGS while pregnant. Yeah, you got it. Oh man, this is big stuff. Oh my God, Honey Bun, thank you so much. That's so generous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Oh gosh. OxyContin, not oxygen. Okay, I gotcha. That makes sense. All right. You know what, YouTube, and I'm just gonna say OxyContin. I'm gonna say drugs. I'm gonna say oxycodone. I'm gonna say perky fats. I don't know how to get through this topic without saying these things. So we're just gonna deal with it, okay, YouTube? Can we just do that for night? No one should be watching this under the age of 18. Yeah, it was very recent, like today. I think yesterday was the first time it came out publicly, as far as I know. Yeah, I was shocked by it today, shocked. And I was like, oh, bullshit. I was like, it's going to be like all the rest of them where, like, oh, NK sighting, I have all this inside information. No, you don't. But of course, I look at it anyway, just on the off chance maybe something like today happened. And then I saw it was from my favorite person, that person. And I was like, oh boy, here we go. And then I watched it and I was like, all right, man, got to give credit where credit's due. He got this one. I mean, it was actually one of his loyal viewers. Her name was Jan L, I think, who found it. I don't know how would you find it? I mean, it's this little snippet of an 1 hour and 5 minute long funeral video, but she found it. So good job, guys. I mean, they got it. Stephen Sean said, I had to take OxyContin before and after surgery. It was horrible. Yeah, when I got my wisdom teeth out, I didn't feel well. Angie Erickson, thank you so much for the $24.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. That's so very generous. And thank you so much for still being with the channel. It's always so great to see you. Thank you so very much. Oh, this is a great point, Rochelle. Rochelle says, if these OxyContins were in fact Shanann's medications, she wouldn't have got so sick from them. That is such a great point. And there was one creator in particular, it was True Crime Rocket Science, and we're going to watch a little bit of material from him from back in the day. He had believed that he saw a pill container of OxyContin in those, those big, for those of you that don't know, in the Watts basement, it was the most organized basement you've ever seen. There were like scores upon scores upon scores of those big, clear Tupperware tubs where you I organized some things, but not like the way they did, piled up on shelves, completely organized, so neat. I guess that was one of Chris's morning honeydew projects regularly, to keep that all nice and neat. Excuse me if I'm sniffing, allergies. I've turned my camera off for a minute because I need to use a little tissue here. excuse me, seasonal allergies. Thank you. But as Rochelle is saying, if it was Shanann's prescription, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly to it. Now, she was pregnant at the time. So because she was pregnant, I know that OxyContin, unless you absolutely have to take it, is contraindicated for pregnancy. So we'd imagine she probably wasn't taking it, but I don't think it was hers either. I have lupus. I was diagnosed with lupus. It'll be 5 years ago in just a few days, this coming April. And, the channel, I think just like today or yesterday, turned 4 years old, by the way, too. And OxyContin and opiate painkillers is not something that doctors prescribe for lupus or any kind of, chronic disease like that, or, autoimmune system disease. It's not something you would prescribe because it's not sustainable. I mean, I am so grateful, and I know that some of you have lupus, have shared with me, or people listening, have lupus, and every day it's a total struggle for you. I'm so blessed and grateful that at this time I feel I have the disease relatively under control, except for how it affects my kidneys, which is really severe, but I'm lucky I've been able to keep it at that. But even when I'm in so much pain, to be treated with an opiate, highly, highly addictive medication, as we know from the opiate epidemic across the United States and across the world, synthetic opiates are among the most addictive substances known to man. You can't treat a chronic condition with opiates. It's simply not done. So those that say that Shanann had OxyContin for lupus, I assure you that's not the case. Also, synthetic opiate painkillers are going to cause inflammation in your body. And when you have an autoimmune condition like lupus, that is exactly what you do not want to do for so many reasons. It's simply not done. Now, Shanann did have that neck surgery in September of 2017. Remember when her friend Christine Meacham came and stayed with them? And, maybe that would be a case where you'd prescribe that kind of medication. I'm not a doctor. I'm not sure. But not for lupus. Not for lupus. No. Jessica, thank you so much for the $3.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It's nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. Something he felt shameful about. Oh, thanks, Angie. Okay, now, first of all, let's establish the difference between OxyContin and oxycodone, okay? Because I've already seen people talking about it's going to come up, okay? OxyContin versus oxycodone. Just type it in the Google searcher. All right, so I'm just going to read it. Oxycodone is typically an immediate release medication. On the other hand, OxyContin is extended release version designed for long-term pain management. Extended release, long-term pain management. So that's why sometimes, we don't need to know about the addictive. We don't need to know about that. That's not what we're talking about right now. Unless we're never mind. Talking about Nicole Kessinger. So Percocet is what is oxycodone. OxyContin is that's a name for it, and that's a name for it. Yep. That's it. All right. Now, why are we even talking about this crap, you might ask? I was waiting for you to ask that question because I would want to know what the heck too. Let me show you. I'm going to bring into the stream page from the Discovery. Interesting. Now this, at this point, maybe if you've been following this case, maybe you've seen it, maybe because you found it yourself, or maybe because you've seen other people talking about it. But I am going to tell you that this is not the easiest. I'm afraid to change my scenery because my mic went off. I'm just going to keep it like this. I'm sorry if I can't make it bigger right now. It's not the easiest item to find in the discovery. So this is in one of Dave Baumhover's Supplemental Report 92, and it is on redacted page 1587. Yep. Okay. So, well, the entry about it that is making commentary about this web search starts on the page above. And there's a discussion of Chris Watts' two phones, his personal phone, item number 40, and his work phone, item number 41. And in this section of the discovery, they're describing all of the phones, that of Nicole Kessinger, Chris Watts, and Shanann Watts, the procedure for the Celebrate download, and some just very basic information. In the section about Chris Watts' phone, they also note, well, some screen captures of geolocation coordinates. Where are you on the Earth? They put him at Survey 319 at the critical times of the day when these atrocities were committed, and some other items that were on his phone too that we're not going to get into today. Then Dave Baumhover narrates this. I reviewed the web history for the phone and noted the following two entries were deleted, and therefore date and timestamps were not available. Okay. So Dave is like, okay, I noted that these two entries, they were deleted. And he says, because they were deleted, there were no date and timestamps. Now I know from following other cases that you can still get a date and timestamp on deleted history items. Okay. I know that damn well, and you probably do too. But something else we also know is that the investigation in this case, for the purpose of investigating the horrible crimes of taking the lives of beautiful Shanann Watts, 15 weeks pregnant, and her two baby girls, ages 3 and 4, Bella and Celeste, it was not enthusiastically investigated. And they cut corners and brushed stuff under the rug and refused to analyze evidence that was already collected at many turns in the investigation. And more or less, our boy, the Honorable Michael J. Rourke, smacked that bitch right down when he found out that Detective Michael Prill was going to apply for another warrant to have a judge sign to look deeper into the inner mechanisms of the phone, where Chris and Nicole could have been storing things that weren't like on the surface level, like the secret calculator, and also could have been communicating through third-party apps that weren't as obvious and clear and apparent as, say, your standard SMS text message or voice-to-voice phone call. He shut that bitch down. Yep, that's what he did. And a week later, there was a plea deal. Yeah, burns my soul every time. So what were these two entries that were deleted from Chris Watts' phone that Dave Baumhover is saying, because they were deleted, we cannot find a date and timestamp for, even though that's not necessarily technically true. Okay, one was a Google search on how to delete Instagram account. All right. Okay. Now, many of you probably might know that your Instagram can be connected with your Facebook, right? And we know that Chris Watts deleted his Facebook account. And we know that Nicole Kessinger gave him very strict guidelines on how to delete it completely. Make sure it's totally gone. You have to write him a letter, say this, say that. So those things that are on your Facebook account can never come back to haunt you in the future or whatever. So was this inquiry into how do you delete your Instagram account part of that or not? We do not know. We could have. All right. Now, the other one is a Google search for 80 milligrams of, well, he says here, Oxycodone, so it's like oxycodone without the E on the end. And then it says plus will, and then it says and IE. Now the IE equals UTF is just part of the information string for that search. So we know that he Googled 80 milligrams of OxyContin. Will it do what? Here's our choices. Will it terminate a pregnancy of 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 weeks? Will it incapacitate or kill a grown adult of an average size, a grown female of an average size? 80 milligrams of OxyContin, even though he says codone, you just got to mix up. A lot of people do. Will it incapacitate or end the life of 2 beautiful baby girls, ages 3 and 4? I think that most people agree those are our basic options, right? Narrator says, probably will it cause a miscarriage? Stephen Sean says she threw up. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah. Thank God. That's right. Yeah. Hi, Daniel Wiley. Daniel says it's impossible not to notice that some of the same things the Boulder police did to protect John and Patsy Ramsey were also used to protect Nicole Kessinger, another crooked case from Colorado. That's a really interesting point, Daniel. Thank you so much. Honey Bun says, Kelly has a lot of big plans for his channel. I want to see it happen. I do. Thank you. And thank you for letting me share them with you and for helping me with them. Gentry Jade. Sorry, did I say Joe earlier? I'm sorry if I did. I remember at time of murder, Facebook wasn't deleted right away because I had recently done it. It makes you just go on a disappear mode until so many days after they could have recovered his and NK's. Oh, that's interesting. I vaguely remember that as well. Thank you for bringing that up. I hadn't even considered that. Oh, thank you. Anna Franco says, Facebook announced its acquisition of Instagram on April 9th, 2012. Thank you so much. Okay. DM Hub, no, 1967, welcome, says, did he give it to the girls? Good question. We're going to get to it. Thank you, guys. I see some of you others putting great information out there, too. Thank you so much. Hey, Para Women Radio, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, money meant nothing to them, remember? Right. All right. Okay, I'm going to get to comments later. All right, I have to move forward here or I'll get stuck reading your great comments forever. Where do we start? Okay. All right. All right, so I need to put a trigger warning out there. This is hard to listen to. I am going to read you a letter from Christopher Watts to Sherilyn Cadle, who I'm currently pissed at. She released a bulletin this week saying that Chris Watts was moved from Dodge Correctional to Graham Correctional in Hillsborough, Illinois. And I have a mea culpa. I am very sorry. Somebody sent me a text message who, I know, and I took this for face value. I usually fact check everything myself. I promise you that. But I was working and I just figured this is straightforward enough. Can't really get it wrong. But it was wrong. So I took the video down because it was wrong. And I do apologize for that. And I want to let you know the information was not right. So the person had said, well, she sent me the bulletin. And then she said, hey, girl, hope you're feeling okay. Is this true? I looked it up. And then maybe I mistook her message. But anyway, that's not true. Ronnie Watts has spoken out about that. And Chris Watts still is in Dodge Correctional. So I'm wondering, why the hell did Sherilyn Cadle come out and tell everyone that if it's not true? Just super weird. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything more. I don't know anything more about that. While I am reading you the letter that Chris Watts wrote to Sherilyn Cadle, that I call this the third confession. And guys, again, it is really hard to hear. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. And then the reading of the letter will speak for itself. I'm just going to play for you also a video of these beautiful little girls and the lives that were lost in this horrible crime. I put together a compilation of, let's not watch this one though, Shanann Watts' Facebook shorts in 4K. If you ever want to check that out, they are available. It is available, on my channel. I love Bella and Cece, but I have a special place in my heart for Bella, as many of you know. In it, from Shanann. Gotta turn the volume down. All right. Let me make sure you're set up with that. You are. All right. No. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to attempt to read this letter. It's really like so hard to see. And Chris Watts, seriously, can you try to improve your handwriting? Go back to first grade and try again on a number of things. But I'll see what I can do here. Okay. All right. So again, this is a letter from Chris Watts to Sherilyn Cadle when he is already at Dodge Correctional Facility in Wisconsin. It was authored on April 23rd, 2019. So he had been there at this point for a little over 4 months. All right. It's 4 pages, so settle in. Trigger warning. This is very, 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 very hard to hear. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry it happened. I'm sorry you have to hear it, but it's relevant to the topic at hand. Dear Sherilyn, hello again. I hope you are doing well. It's been awesome being able to talk with you on the phone, but I know the 15-minute time limit is a pain. Sometimes I get right back on the phone, but right now there are other inmates that like to be on the phone as much as I do, so I respect their time as well. You know what, Chris Watts? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I need to respect the other inmates' times in the 15-minute time limit on the phone. Dude, you killed your wife and your children. Look at them. But I respect the other inmates in their phone time. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that again. But let me just say it again. Chris Watts, fuck you. Seriously. Nerve of that man. Ooh. Let me just connect to my inner Nicole Kessinger and I'm going to be fine. All right. Yeah. How's your dad doing? I hope you're able to see him. I've been praying on that every day. Yes, that petition really blew my mind. The people really want to make me suffer like that. I'm not going to say it again. I'm just going to read the letter. Oh my God. His mind's really blown that people want him to suffer. Can you imagine? Okay. Even if they did ever take my pictures, this is because there was a movement to have Chris Watts pictures of the family that he killed taken from him, and they're just posted all over his cell. People are like, yeah, I don't think so. So that's what he's talking about. Even if they did ever take my pictures, they can't take my memories. An inmate from another institution wrote me about that subject and said, quote, if they take your pictures, they would have to take the pictures from the other 500 or 600 people who have their family pictures up in their cell, but they're convicted of the same act. There are 500 or 600 jackasses convicted of annihilating their entire beautiful family sitting in prison right now, because that's a statistic I'm not aware of personally. But according to Chris Watts, all right, do I feel like I should be incarcerated for the act I committed? I most definitely think so. Do I imagine myself ever doing anything like this? Or I'm sorry, do I imagine myself ever doing anything like this or be a danger to society? I most definitely think not, in capital letters. Not. I am not a danger to society. I would go straight to a ministry and start going to jails, prisons, and help inmates. If God led me to be ordained, I would go that route as well, possibly. You know what, Chris wants? If you are ever ordained as a minister, I am signing up on Satan's side because I'm sorry I just said that, God. I wouldn't do that. But that would be messed up. Or even a chaplain. He'd settle for chaplain. You got to go to school for that, Chris. Maybe the laws will change one day. My attorney team could see I was different and knew that this was a one-time occurrence for me. They even told me that in Europe? Europe. Okay. The law is I would only serve 20 years for homicide. And in California, after 25 years of imprisonment and a life sentence, you can be released if you've had good behavior. So there's hope for everyone to live outside of the prison walls. I know physically I'm behind these walls, but my spirit is free in capital letters with Christ. Go ahead and grab your garbage can if you need to vomit. Go run to the bathroom if it's close enough. Hope you make it. If God keeps putting it in your heart that there is more to the story than what the FBI has, you're correct. I'm sorry I'm reading it so choppy. His handwriting sucks, just like him. I don't like saying stuff like that over the phone because I'm never certain when they screen my calls. Every fucking time, dumbass. I know I already told you about the vision I had before August 13th when I was lying in bed and all the lights were on in the loft and the downstairs, and I felt so alone. That's exactly what happened. August 14th, when I was lying in bed. I'm not sure if I want this in the book or not, in the book that Sherilyn is writing, or if God does. But here are the things that I left out. All right, this is the hard stuff, okay? I mean, not that that was all hard, but in a different way. August 12th, when I finished putting the girls to bed, I walked away and said, that's the last time I'm going to be tucking my babies in. I knew it was going to happen the day before, and I did nothing to stop it. I was numb to the entire world. I had literally taken my kids to a birthday party, played with water balloons, had an amazing time, singing songs, sorry, I gotta go to the next page. Way home, gave them a bath and shower. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, you can. I just want to make sure. Gave them a bath and shower, ate dinner, read bedtime stories and songs, bedtime songs, and still nothing registered. 2 exclamation points. When Shanann had to be somewhere, I always enjoyed taking the girls places or playing outside because it was our opportunity to bond. And still, even the night before, I couldn't stop myself from what I knew would occur the next morning. Number 2. Now, again, these are the things he just said, Sherilyn Cadle. These are the things I have not told the FBI, okay? That was 1. Here's 2. So 1 was he knew he was going to do this the night before. 2, August 13th, the morning of, I went to the girls' room first before Shanann and I had our argument. This is just horrible. I went to Bella's room, then Cece's room, and used a pillow from their bed. That is why the cause of death was smothering. I am so sorry, Bella and Celeste. Oh my God. After I left Cece's room, then I climbed back into bed with Shanann, and our argument ensued. After Shanann had passed, Bella and Cece woke back up. I'm not sure how they woke back up, but they did, because he thought he killed them, according to him. It makes the act that much worse, knowing I went to their rooms first and knowing I still took their lives at the location. So that was a wordy way of saying, knowing that I am such a motherfucker, I killed my children twice, according to him. Wow. Who else can say that? I mean, the reason the medical examiner found the OxyContin in Shanann's system is because I gave it to her. I thought it would be easier to be with Nicole Kessinger if Shanann wasn't pregnant. Now, guys, I'm going to repeat it again. Clear out some space in the files in your mind because I need you to remember this. And as we're talking, revisit it. Okay? I need to help you. You need to help me make the connections here for legal purposes. All right? Let me read that again. The reason the medical examiner found the OxyContin in Shanann's system is because I gave it to her. I thought it would be easier to be with Nicole Kessinger if Shanann was not pregnant. Okay? If the world knew all of that, I'm pretty sure a new petition would be started to have me put to death, or I would be killed in prison if I ever got transferred from this institution. Well, goddamn, good thing Sherilyn Cater's goddamn liar and you weren't transferred from that prison because then you'd just be dead. No one cared about your parents. Dave. Hold up, I'm missing a page. Sorry, I'm gonna go back. Come back. Ooh, it's hard to read. I can do it though. I'm not sure. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay. This is the last page. I'm not sure if this was a spiritual visit, but I had a dream that Cece was dancing next to me. I'm sorry, next to the chair in my cell. When she was dancing, all of my folders on the chair started moving and I thought she was in trouble. So I said, "Watch out, get away, watch out." And then I woke up. I'm hoping she comes back. I hope everyone comes to visit me. I'm trying to see if I can clear my head better before I go to sleep to help. So obviously he's having visions, night terrors, dreams, seeing ghosts. His family's haunting him. Good. I hope they do every night forever. Let's see. I like that John 10:110 passage you sent. I wish I could have had had an open ear to hear the Lord calling me back in July, June, and August. I wish I had an open ear to hear the Lord calling me back in the only 3 months of my entire, 33 years on life when I was dating Nicole Kessinger. Wish I had an open ear to hear the Lord, not her going, leave him alone, that macros, right? Well, unfortunately you didn't, right? Let's see. If we can run after sin, his handwriting's getting really small right here. It's hard to read. We won't hear our shepherd calling us. I couldn't discern between the good spirits and all the evil spirits. And that, eventually logged me into a deep pit I wouldn't climb back out of. Okay. I pray, let's see, that you and your family are doing good. I pray that the Lord will keep directing us in his path. Take care and God bless. Signed, piece of shit. and then there's a quote. It says, "The night is forspent. The day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the work of darkness and let our God in." Okay, a little bit, all too little, all too late, and yeah. Oh, okay. Stephen Sean said he did it all. He thought it, he planned it, and he went through with it. Well, I do think he did all of those things, but I think by the end of today's live stream, and definitely by the end of the next one, will be the part 2 to this. It's from my opinion, it's not all that simple, because there is another person who is criminally involved in this, having to do with the OxyContin, and that is a fact. Hey, LJ, how are you doing? Hey, Justice A through Z. Hey, Kylie, how are you doing? All right. Okay, so let me just keep moving along with this. And oh my gosh. And Alice in Wonderland, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate you. And it's so great to see you. And Cuff You, thank you so much as well. Cuff You says, "This channel is real and straightforward. Just love it." Oh, thank you, Cuff You. I'm so glad that you are part of the family here. I appreciate you. And thank you guys so much for showing all the love and support for the channel tonight. I appreciate it just so very much. Someone needs the Ozempic. I don't know who you're talking about. You guys are killing me. Oh boy. All right. So now, in that letter, let's just review. In that letter, Chris Watts tells Cheryl Lynn Cadle that this is his third confession. So each of his confessions is different from the next, right? The first one, it's, "Oh, I walked in and Shanann was murdering Cece, so I did the same to her." That didn't happen. Shanann had nothing to do with physically harming these children in that way that night. And then the second one was, oh yeah, okay, so I did kill them all. I still have this thing. Sorry. I'm all discombobulated tonight. Remember in the beginning of the stream, I was trying to take off the pearls. I got the silver. Okay. And then the second one was, okay, well, I did kill them all, right? From Dodge Correctional Facility, when Graham Coder, Dave Baumhover, and Tammy Lee went and questioned him. And he described how he took Shanann's life. And now this third one is, not only did I annihilate my entire family, we get no more details about Shanann. He speaks about her and also what he did to the girls as what happened to them as in a passive voice, although he is saying, "I'm kind of taking responsibility for this." His way of speaking in the passive voice is showing that he really does not. It's all passive voice. This happened to them. They just expired, like as if he didn't do it. I need us to think about this, okay? And this is really hard to think about. It takes 3 to 5 minutes to extinguish someone's breath to the point where they die, right? So he did that to Shanann in whatever order, in just such a violent way. We know from the autopsies, 3 to 5 minutes. I mean, should we sit here for 3 to 5 minutes in silence and see how long that is? I mean, we could do that, but I mean, I think we all experience time, and guys, like 3 to 5 minutes of you consciously having decided, either in a rage or in a more calculated conscious manner, that you are going to take an action that is going to end this person's life. In this case, these people that love and trust you more than any other man in the world, that you are supposed to love so much. You've decided, whether in a rage or more consciously, that you're going to take this person's life. And as they are beneath your hands, flesh on flesh, struggling for their next breath to save their own precious life, for 3 to 5 minutes, you persist and applying that pressure, that violence, that aggression, that greed, that selfishness to take away their lives while they are suffering and struggling and doing God knows what in desperate attempt to stay alive and take one more breath, 3 to 5 minutes. And you do that 3 times. Or now in a letter that he writes to Cheryl and Cadel, you do that 5 times because you killed each of your daughters twice. And he's complaining that in Europe, he'd only be in prison for 20 years. In California, after 25, he might be able to go live his life outside the prison walls. No, thank you, motherfucker. Stay right where you're at. We're good out here. Okay. Now, so in that letter to Cheryl and Cadel, he talks about going into the girls' room and he says he used a pillow to try to suffocate both of them twice. Now, there are theories out there that the OxyContin, we're asking the question, who gave Chris the OxyContin? It's a trick question because I know the answer, but there have been a lot of speculations along the way, and I want to talk about some of them because they all have some information that I think is important here. There have always been people all along the way that believe that the OxyContin was not for Shanann. Some even believe it was not for the purpose of trying to end her pregnancy, but rather it was for the purpose of taking the lives of those beautiful girls. The creator of True Crime Rocket Science is one such person, and I do not think that way, so I'm not going to try to explain it. So we're just going to listen to what he has to say about that. Bring that to the stream. Three to 5 minutes. Yep. Get back here. I had you at the right time. Oh, tracking the killer of Mary Catherine. Who the hell's that? Backspace? Or back? What's that called? Back button. Just go back. You know, the back button. You want to go last?
The idea of a sedative was in the very first narrative published on September 10th, 2018.
See how far I want to go back here. Just give me a moment, please. Intermission. I mean, not like this isn't kind of intermission topic. Sorry, I said that. Just chill for a minute.
When you write a trilogy and they sort of evolve, and one book is sort of, in a way,
I really like True Crime Rocket Science. I really like the creator. I've told you that before, but when he made these videos a long time ago, he really was like a leading creator in the Watts case. He wrote, I don't know, like 5,000 books on the Watts case. His material gets a little hard to work through because he's like bolstering himself up so much and kind of talking about how nobody else knows as much. And listen, I love you, man. I think you're really smart and great and stuff, but we're going to buy your books or we're not. I mean, that's how it's always been.
The idea of a sedative was in the very first narrative published on September 10th, 2018. It was actually in the very last chapter of the first narrative. And I basically put quite a long scenario.
So he's basically saying right now, I was the first person who had the idea that Chris Watts may have given his children a sedative in order to kill them.
Together, I'm only going to refer to a short aspect of it here. Now, I know that there are a lot of people who feel that they are experts on this case.
Oh, God, I can't listen. Sorry.
Probably best if you don't listen any further.
Yeah, we won't. We're not experts. Come on, man. Humility. All right.
Puts in enough effort and concentration and focus and, settles down to read the work and do the work, then you are going to get a lot of answers. So So with that in mind, the position of True Crime Rocket Science in the very first narrative, as I say, this was in September, well before the release of the discovery, and obviously months and months before I even came across the oxycodone. I suspected there would be something like that, but I didn't know for sure. And the whole lupus painkiller thing was definitely pointing in that direction all along.
No, it wasn't.
There
See,
are other
and
things that were also
here's
pointing
the
in
thing,
that
and I
direction.
don't want to make this, because I do like this channel. Usually, I told you, but he has this idea that the oxys came from Shanann's medicine bucket downstairs, and the lupus was pointed to it all along. As I've told you before, I myself have lupus, and synthetic opiates are simply not prescribed for lupus, except if it's an acute condition, like anyone else having an acute condition. Opiate medications do not treat lupus, or you'd have a few problems. You'd have lupus and you'd be addicted to opiates, and that would really suck. It just it doesn't happen. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Play.
It's the revelation that might be news to people who don't know this channel or don't know my work or don't know True Crime Rocket Science, is that Bella and Celeste were murdered with oxycodone, not Shanann. In other words, their death wasn't by smothering, although it's possible they were smothered afterwards. I just don't believe it personally. But yeah, so it's the position of True Crime Rocket Science that the oxycodone was used on the children, not on Shanann. Now, obviously, I know there are hordes out there saying, but that's not what Chris Watts said. Chris Watts said that he blah blah blah. That's such a tired argument by now. That's also something that comes across over and over again in true crime. Is someone will say, but that's not what the murderer said. Yeah, it's not. It's not what the murderer said. The murderer said X, and if you want to believe him, that's your business. Rocket science isn't about believing what a murderer says. It's about interpreting the evidence and also anchoring some of that to some of what is said
guys.
by
There are
these
glimpses of
perpetrators.
things I want you
Not
to
all of it
here,
is
but it's really
lies, but certainly very little of it is truth, and that's the tricky part. Is a little bit of it is truth. What is the truth? It seems that most people sort of say, "Oh, the first version, that's the truth." Then he comes up with a second confession. Oh, that's the truth. The whole thing is true. Then the next version comes. Oh no, that whole version is true. And it's never like that. All of it is sort of muddy and murky, and all of it is somewhat true and somewhat not true, and mostly not true. So, I want to go into this hypothesis in further detail, that Bella and Celeste were murdered with oxy. Why I say this, why it's reinforced by the discovery, why it makes sense, and also the intertextual aspects. For those who want to just get a more factual basis for this, you're welcome to read the link that goes to the blog, which references page 1769 of the discovery. I must say, when I saw that reference, it was basically like a light going on in my brain. I obviously can't prove it, but when I saw that, I thought, "There's your murder weapon." Just because it's a very idiosyncratic thing, and it also matches the behavior of Chris Watts, where he buries everything in plain sight. So you've got pain medication in the house. You don't need to go and find a murder weapon. You just need to Google the pharmacodynamics of it, which he did. Anyway, I know people will argue with that, and that's fine. For the rest, let me just go through the through the last chapter. There's an excerpt from the last chapter of the very first book. Again, it's a long chapter, so I'm only going to read about a quarter of it. Here we go. In Chris Watts' own version of events, the girls were killed first and then Shanann. Now, this is obviously referring to the affidavit, which was released in August. So this is the version of events that this is referring to. The order of deaths is thus not a matter of dispute. What is a matter of dispute is how long before Shanann's death were Bella and Celeste killed. Now, you can remember that in Watts' first version, the version was that Shanann killed Bella while he was
I'm
not
sorry.
in the room.
I just have to
And
say,
then she killed Celeste.
Plaquenil is also my lupus medication. I hope it's working for you.
And then Shanann sort of, he caught sort of Shanann in while she was doing it. So what I think is very sort of strange is this idea that, you know, it takes 3 to 5 minutes to strangle one person. So this whole idea that what sort of left the room was on his way downstairs.
You have to hear about the horribleness. We already talked about the strangulations. And notice this is, I just want to show you this here, guys. I know I'm seeing your comments now, and I know this is hard to listen to. When I was listening to it by myself, it wasn't so bad. But when I'm like, oh God, and I'm actually bringing this to other people to listen to, I'm feeling a little ashamed. So, you know, he is saying that somewhere in here, and guys, I have looked, man, these are all albuterol. They're like nebulizer packs. I can't remember what else is in there, but some of you have sent this to me and told me to look harder. Man, I have looked, and I have enhanced these pictures as much as I can of what is inside these containers. And there ain't no OxyContin in any of them.
Was on his way downstairs, and then
there's just two other things I
agreed with it ever since. I felt that it would make sense in a premeditated murder to sort things out when the situation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're gonna skip this altogether because I didn't put down the timestamps, and I'm ashamed right now. Sorry, guys. All right, I have other ways for you to get the information. Let me go to those. Let's hear from Scott Reish on Crime Talk. Here we go. Let me bring that in. Now we are going to have to put up with Cheryl and Cato, who I'm currently pretty pissed at, but I guess when we talk Watts, sometimes you have to put up with Cheryl and Cato. It's just part of the territory.
Regarding this kind of a new revelation that comes out in the book.
Sherilyn, can you see does your camera move? Or is she trying to get kiss me goodnight up there? She like, Scott Reish, baby, kiss me goodnight. I don't know. I'm not clear about this messaging.
And that's regarding, he basically, I mean, he tries to cause a miscarriage by giving Shanann OxyContin. And I thought I knew this case, but I don't remember ever seeing that information before. So this is new, is it not?
It was new for me.
Okay.
In fact, in the very beginning, when he was telling me about that, I was confused, and I'm like, I didn't hear that story. Christopher, tell me about that.
Oh God, wait, hold it. I'm so sorry, LJ. I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you in a timely manner last time we talked. Do you want to come up tonight and talk about that? So LJ was recently visited the Watts residence, 2825 Saratoga Trail, with their daughter in that area. And LJ is saying here, and I'm not sure what you're talking about, but damn, I want to know. Please come up. I'm going to drop you the link. I walked in the Watts house, especially Bella's room. It hit me, and my entire opinion changed instantly. Well, damn, now you got to come up because you're not leaving me with that, not getting your butt up here. And so many people want to hear from you. It's horrible. Oh, man. Do you not want to come up? Well, I'm going to put the link up, and this is just for LJ right now. And we will support you if you're willing to share. I'm going to keep playing this, but I hope you do come up. And if you'd rather talk about it privately first, that's okay too. Back to Scott Ration. Kiss me goodnight, Cheryl and Cadle.
So the first time he told me he gave it to her 2 times. Once at her parents' house, and then the second time the morning of the murders. But then later he said, no, I just gave it to her once.
Yeah.
So all of that was new information for me. I think others have heard it. I don't know how they heard it, but I didn't know it.
Did he clarify? I don't recall reading that, and it's possible, if somebody has a page site or something. I just.
Well, Jay, if you don't personally want the backlash, I understand, but I will protect you. If you're talking about on the channel, it's fine. I mean, I'm so past the point of backlash after what I've talked about with this case in Idaho. But of course, this is your decision, but we support you.
Just don't recall that ever being said.
Yeah.
And I mean, so what's his final answer? It was a one time that he gave it to her, or the second time when he, the night or the morning before she was killed?
Well, the last time that he told me, he said, no, he only gave it to her once. So I don't know. Is it in the autopsy?
Well, no,
that she had, because he makes a comment that it was in the autopsy.
Yeah. So I read that, and he had said that he had given her OxyContin the morning of, and he says, and that's why it was in the autopsy report. And I went back and pulled a copy of the autopsy report that I got straight from the coroner in this particular case. And the toxicology reports from spleen blood was the ethanol and then the blood alcohol concentration. There's no workup whatsoever in the workup relating to OxyContin, which would have had a presence for some sort of opioid or benzoid kind of thing. And
opioid, Scott, opioid.
And then I went back to the autopsy for the girls as well, and all the toxicology in their reports was everything that you find in gasoline, which would make sense because, or the crude oil, because they were retrieved from those tanks. There's benzene, ethyl benzene, toluene, exolenes, hexane, methylamphetamine. I mean, and I looked all those up before, and it's all stuff that's in petroleum products. So it's not there. So I don't know if maybe he read it somewhere, maybe he was hoping that would come, or maybe he thinks it helps him look better. But that statement's certainly not corroborated by the autopsy.
Right. And he told me, and I did not put this in the book because I could not find any proof of it, but he says that there was an extension to the
never stopped you before.
All 3, Shanann, the 2 girls, that was not released. And I would have no way of knowing how to get that information if that's true.
It's because it's sealed for 100 years.
Well,
and why they would not release all of it.
Yeah. Well, now I'm intrigued.
Part of the deal, baby.
When we spoke with the coroner's office and we had the release, this was what was released. I went one step further and tried to request everything, the autopsy notes, photos, and everything like that. And they just flat out refused giving those to me. And I would think any of the other toxicology reports, if something had come back further, that would have been released. I mean, there was nothing about that. But now I'm intrigued, and now Monday morning, we're going to have to follow up on that. So we'll see if there's a supplemental to it. The other thing, go ahead.
Also, he told me that one of the conditions for his plea deal was that he would seal the girls' medical records, and that no one could ever look into the medical records again. Do you know?
No. And there was a filing early on where the attorneys for Chris Watts filed something to the effect with the court that it sounds like they were in possession of some sort of medical records. Now, if there was something like that, that would have to have been on the record. because that was part of the agreement. Now, most people aren't going to be able to get a medical record for anyone prior to all of this incident relating to them because of the HIPAA laws. But the coroner's report is considered a public record. So other reports, medical records, I don't see how anybody could get those.
Okay.
So, but as far as being part of the plea deal, that would have had to been on the record with the court if it was going to be something that was binding for that. So.
Okay. And again, that's why I didn't put it in the book, because unless I know it's fact, I didn't want to put it there.
I understand.
So,
Oh crap, is that done already? Damn it. Crap. I'll be right there, guys. Shit, man. All right, just give me 1 second. I have to get the other video up. One video I'm looking for is now unlisted. Oh, that makes it really hard. Okay, it's all right. I got another one though. Okay. All right. Now bear with me because there is a part of, because I wasn't planning on putting this up next, but it is, we're going to watch an excerpt from the channel True Crime Psych Ward, which we've watched some excerpts of here before. We recently watched when Dr. B and her sister from True Crime Psych Ward went out to Survey 319 and visited Frederick, Colorado, much like LJ did. And guys, people are asking, LJ is a good friend of the channel, and she recently went to Frederick, Colorado, and to 2825 Saratoga Trail, the residence, the house where the Watts family used to live, and apparently went inside the house, and something happened. I guess it was very profound. So she's just saying she wants to speak with me before coming up and talking about, which she had told me before. So I'm sorry about that. I mean to put you on the spot, LJ. But I am going to bring in this video from True Crime Psych Ward. Please just bear with me for a moment because I do need to just find the relevant parts we need to discuss. Because again, I wasn't planning on playing this. There is a different video on a different channel that has just the excerpts of this, but I see the video is now unlisted and I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
So Thrive has different kinds of pills, I guess. So we were just looking at the.
So what Dr. B is talking about here, because I've watched this video a few times over the years, is there's somebody on her team that's a Thriver. So they're looking at the capsules that people who do the whole Thrive, routine tend to take. And they're saying, could Chris Watts have put OxyContin into the Thrive pills to try to poison Shanann? Because we do know that he did give Shanann the OxyContin the first night that he got to North Carolina. Her family talks about how sick she was, particularly Frankie talks about how sick she was. She talks about how sick she was. She is texting with her friends. I shut down that video from what's his name there because I got so annoyed by it, but he did have the let's hit that back button, the back web page button. All right, guys. So I told you I know who got the Oxy. I know it. I was partly expecting this, but the details I didn't even think of them. Who do you guys? I mean, what's your guess? Who do you think it is? Put your guess in chat, please, if you don't mind. Damn, he made so many fucking videos about this. Sorry, guys. Dude, True Crime Rocket Science really did up the videos about this OxyContin thing. I do not agree with them. All right. So it's not Shanann's Oxy's in the basement. Okay, it's this. No. Has to be. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, here we go. All right. So I'll read it to you. We won't have to listen to him talking. But let's just see like the nature of Shanann's post, what she was saying was going on with her. Sherry, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you, sweetheart. And how are you feeling? I'm sorry, I already asked you that and I didn't read the answer, but I can't text you right now, Sherry. I will be able to tomorrow. I have to get a new phone and carrier. This baby. Mute this bad boy. All right. What we want to see are the messages. Okay. So he always puts so much into a screen. It always weirds me out. It's like not a stop. I'm being critical. All right. Of too many people. That didn't work out. Maybe I should be critical myself. All right. Anyway, what we're looking at is a post from Shanann over in the crowded picture here. So she had sent a text to her doctor's office and she was talking about how her vision is messed up. She's exhausted, some bathroom abnormalities she had. And then she said, went out to eat last night for dinner. Could this be a vaginal infection, migraine, virus, food poisoning, or morning sickness starting at 15 weeks? Thank you. And then she says to a friend, the doctor said it was dehydration and wanted me to go to the ER. And then the friend says, God, I can't see this. I was afraid you haven't been drinking lots of water. You really needed I guess. You should go to the ER, get the fluids back up. It's important for the baby. Now, Shanann's response is, girl, I'm out of network. I don't know. And, this is a discussion all along about, I don't know, man, if I was pregnant and I was like that sick because I had just been poisoned with OxyContin and I was feeling that sick and worried about dehydration, I wouldn't care if I was in network or out of network. I'm not saying anything bad about Shanann here. I just always question, why was she hesitant to go to the doctor really? Because guys, we do know how much debt that they were in, and when it was like, here, spend thousands of dollars on Thrive, it wasn't like, oh, Thrive's out of network. And again, I'm just making a comparison. I'm not being anything, but that's always bothered me. And I think maybe the answer is, at that point, and I'm so sorry, little baby Nico, but, she understood that her marriage was falling apart. I think she knew in her heart of hearts that her husband was cheating on her. He was completely not supporting her. And I think it would be normal if, I can't imagine this while being pregnant, but I mean, I'm sure I can imagine it makes perfect sense that some people who are pregnant are like, oh my God, I'm pregnant now. And now my husband is being this way. I don't have any support. I'm scared. I'm alone. I feel horrible. And, I don't know if my marriage is going to stay intact. I don't even know if I can take care of the 2 kids I do have. I'm headed towards bankruptcy. I don't know if I want this baby, and kind of subconsciously not going to the doctor. I don't know. I don't know if it's even relevant, but we're here to talk. So there you go. So she says, girl, I'm out of network. And the friend says, oh. And then she said, I know. I threw up the whole week of food. So, all of the symptoms that she describes are absolutely, the symptoms that you would read that would be either side effects of OxyContin or, the symptoms that would be indicative of an overdose, whether, mild or severe. I mean, overdose is overdose, but, whatever level it is. So we know that Chris Watts did give Shanann those OxyContins, okay? or OxyContin, or we know that OxyContin was given to Shanann from Chris, who gave him the OxyContin and for what purpose. Was OxyContin given to any of his other family members? I guess in that case, it would be Bella and Celeste. People think that he used that to at least, control them or depress their systems before he extinguished their lives in another way. And was the OxyContin that was given to Shanann, since she was one with baby, intended for her to miscarry or for her life to be taken? As we learn who gave Chris the OxyContin and why that was, these are the critical questions. Does anyone want to come up on panel and tell me what your thoughts are? Because I feel like this could flow with a conversation type situation. So I'm going to put that link up. Because I could just sit here and have a rhetorical conversation with myself. But if anyone actually wants to share their thoughts, I think this would be a really good opportunity for that. Okay, so there's a link to panel. It's open. Open panel. Okay, now the clip I'm looking for has to do with Jamie Watts. I know many people all along have thought that Jamie Watts was the person who gave Chris Watts the OxyContin. She's a respiratory therapist. She certainly could have access to such medications. Well, we know that she didn't have great blood with Shanann. We know that. We know that at the time of the North Carolina trip, Chris had confided in his family members that he was unhappy in his marriage. I do believe he disclosed the fact that he was seeing somebody else. And we do know that he told his family that he was planning on taking the steps necessary to leave Shanann. Would Jamie Watts be on board with, here, have this OxyContin, let's see if we can do away with that baby? Or Shanann, would she do that? Could she do that? Would she risk her professional licensure? Does she seem like she's made of the kind of fabric it would take somebody to be made of for them to do that? What do you guys think? So, terrific. I've got some people here backstage. I'm stoked about that. I'm going to bring you all up. Shit, this Vicious is here again. So I'm bringing up this Vicious, Sherry, and Justice A through Z. I so want to hear from you. Your thing right now says device not connected. So maybe pop back up. You know the deal. And I'll grab you. So I got my Sherry, and I'm going to get my sis. Yeah. And I'm going to see if Justice A through Z can. Nope, it won't let me click on you. So I'm going to check back for you in just a second. Okay, Justice A through Z? Ladies, two of my favorite girls. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi,
Can you hear
Sherry.
me?
I can hear you.
I think his sister did it.
You think his sister did it?
Yes, because she worked in a she worked in the medical.
Oh, hey, Seth, how are you? Sherry's answering. Sherry just said, and then I'll get your answer next. And I can't wait to hear your voice. Sherry just said she thinks that the sister gave Chris the Oxy because she worked in the medical field as a respiratory therapist.
Yes, I believe that she did do it just to make Shanann miscarry. Not to kill her, but to miscarry Nicole. That's just my belief, and I'm going to stand true to it. I don't know if it's true or not, but
it's okay. You can stand there. You can put your stake in the ground, girl. So my questions to that would be, okay, so maybe by virtue of her being a respiratory therapist and working in the medical field, maybe she did have access to that kind of medication. So if having access to that kind of medication or substance is one of the prerequisites for the person who got that and gave it to Chris Watts, then what other kind of people would have access to that kind of medication? Well, certainly people in the medical field, but what about people that purchase street drugs? So maybe that's, just another consideration. I'm just saying, street drugs. And then if, her giving that to Chris Watts, potentially one of the reasons might be that she didn't really love Shanann. Maybe she didn't want that pregnancy to happen. Maybe she's like, oh, good. Chris has got a side piece. Let him go be with that side piece. If we get this baby out of the way, I'm along the lines of Chris is thinking it'll be easier for him to walk away if there's no baby. But who else might have interest in that baby not being there?
Well,
So
and
Yeah, the sister theory is kind of a reach for me only because I mean even in 2008, it's not like the early aughts wild west of prescription
oops.
medication. And
Uh-huh. Oh, sis, you're fading in and out, honey. Oh man.
so medicine, I don't think I think it's my AirPods.
Okay.
Every time I
Try
talk on Bluetooth, that happens. Is that better?
Oh, that's so much better. That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think the sister, and also too, having not been there for so long, seeing his family. I mean, how do you just bring that up at dinner? By the way, and I know they never liked her, but hey, we're having problems. Yeah, I've really been considering like forcing an abortion in utero. Does anyone have some medication I can give her that like
Right.
that's just such a I can't get myself there with it being the family. Maybe
Yeah.
if they had known kind of, and I don't necessarily, I'm not discounting the fact that maybe his dad did, but I really don't believe that the mom or the sister had any prior knowledge of anything going on, and then to leap to that point and aid him,
Mhm.
that's such a reach. But I do have a theory, Kelly, and I did some research on this exact thing. I swear you and I share brains sometimes. And I
We do.
wanted to share a thought with you on this
Yeah.
because I think we're both in the same sort of line. I mean, yes, people knew that Shanann was pregnant, but Chris had, I mean, we're really retelling a tale of two Chris's, right? He was the Chris that he was with Nikki, and then the Chris that everyone else thought he was. And
Right.
so
That's
that
great,
really,
Taylor. That's right.
well, I mean, that kind of
Yeah, no,
narrows the
that's right.
window. If the medication wasn't his and he got it from someone, which he did say, I'll take it to my grave. I mean, you know, who else would he have talked to that would help him in that? I can only think of one person. And I struggle with this
Does
because, I
she
mean,
also go by the name Skanky Empanada by chance?
she does.
Oh, good.
And
Okay.
an itty bitty,
And
icky,
the itty
icky,
bitty
teeny, teeny brown bikini. Ugh, yuck. Okay, so hear me out though, because we've talked about this so much, and the DA in Colorado, no matter what we say, no matter what the people in Colorado say, they're never going to bring her back in. She's been protected. DA Rourke is never going to get there. But in the state of North Carolina in 2018 and 2017 and 2016, a fetus is considered a human being from the point of conception.
Oh.
So I'm not saying that.
So could
So
there be
so
attempted murder of a fetus?
yes, and so there would really be two avenues because there's not ever going to be a point where she's actually questioned and investigated to any real degree.
Don't break my
But
heart,
I was
girl.
I,
Don't break
I was gonna
my heart.
I was gonna like, do a video on this, but my life is so chaotic on my own right now. Like I just don't have the time to put into it. But I wanted to plant the seed because you're better at that than I am anyway, and organizing information. But I think that it would be enough if there was the right push, and also too if he got. There's nothing else that's going to happen to Chris that's worse than where he's at right now. There just isn't. And they
Right.
don't, but we have his phone records. Who was
He's
he in
just happy as
contact
a pig
with?
in shit in prison. He's like loving.
There's
He's in his element.
right, and so we have the information to know who he was in contact with. If the state of North Carolina, or yes, murder is not te- usually not prosecuted at the federal level, but if he took a medication with intent to commit murder on the unborn fetus in a different state, there would technically be two avenues to at least bring her in for proper investigation and proper questioning, which is what I really want. I want her to be properly questioned by someone with a vested interest. And the state of North Carolina, could they themselves do it? Because if she did have a hand in providing the medication, even handing them over in a different state, if it was with intent to that'd be like, I give you a weapon to go kill someone in a different state. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that, but I'm still complicit.
Exactly. No, exactly. I mean, let's say if somebody gave him the OxyContin and said, this OxyContin is for the intention of you ending this life, and this is my idea, and that may not be so far off the truth with evidence-based receipts. That would be like handing someone a gun, perhaps. I mean, it's a conversation saying, here's this gun. This is for the purpose of going and shooting that person dead.
The intent is the same, and from everything I was able to find and research, the law reads the exact same. Because Chris stated specifically,
at the very least.
Yeah, and Chris stated that was the intent. So my thing is, like, I don't know necessarily that I think anything would happen to her as a result of that, but I want so badly someone that has the ability to bring her in for an actual subpoena, deposition, investigation, and absolutely grill her. And at this point, because Colorado won't get off their ass and do anything, or they're protecting her for whatever reason, it's not at the federal level, and North Carolina is completely separate. So if by law she committed a crime in North Carolina, God willing, if there was anyone in that county that was willing to pick it up, they are within jurisdiction. And because of the crime and the statute, there's no statute of limitations. So,
damn, girl, where have you been?
I've been in.
You're here.
we don't have time for all that. I promise you.
We'll talk.
I don't want to interrupt you. So they can still prosecute Nicole. They can still prosecute her.
Well, if it is found that under the theory that Sis Vicious is putting forth, which is, if in North Carolina a fetus is considered, it's considered a person under the law. Let's just make it like that simple for the sake of conversation.
District attorney to go with a charge or not. But if there was an investigator, even that wanted
to be pulled and be questioned, at least.
Yes,
that'll be in the fish on the
I want her to sit down for a deposition and be questioned.
Yeah.
And have her actually in a hot seat, because again, now you don't have the protection of the state of Colorado. And, as far as actually getting answers or finding truth within the lies, getting out from underneath Colorado, I think would be a better avenue. And so, yeah, anyway, something for you to think on. I think you would probably do better at any further investigation than I would. But
chocolate, if you want to meet me in North Carolina at a district attorney's office, this can be yours.
We'll have a sit down. We can have a sit down.
Now what?
That was great. Well, let me go to Justice A through Z really quick.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna mute.
Sure. Okay. Oh, so I'm sorry, Sherry. Let me just go around the whole table, then we can all talk. Justice A through Z, how are you doing, friend?
I'm doing great. How are you, my dear?
I'm good. What are you thinking?
Oh, well, I just saw your post that you put up 5 hours ago with the still shot of that. Oh my God, she's got like a moon face. She's got moon face, and I feel bad, except that it's her. I don't feel bad, but my face is always the first place I gain weight. So, oh well. But yeah, it's just a little poetic that she happens to be at a effing funeral.
Right? Like remember how nasty she was to Charlotte when her dad died, her best friend. And now she's at her other friend Danielle's mother's funeral. We were talking like, I wonder if she was as nasty to Danielle about her parent dying as she was to Charlotte when her dad died, because that was ice cold.
My first thought, hearing that it was Danielle's mother, and for people who don't know, Danielle's the one who came to visit her that weekend.
Yeah, she stayed with her Friday night for sure.
Might be a doppelganger for Shanann.
She does look like her.
That might have been part of their plan to have Danielle drive the Lexus or some crap. Anyway, maybe not. Anyway, my first thought was, I wonder if NK did something to Danielle's mother. You can't put it past her.
You've taken all her chip credits away.
You cannot put it past her. No, she looks like it's just written all over her face in that little funeral video. That girl knows death well. She's been living with it right in her head for the last.
Are you saying she killed Danielle Haley's mom?
No, I'm saying she killed the other ones, the Watts.
Okay.
I fully think it was her hands. I mean, just when you go back to that 3-hour, 33-minute video of her interview from, was that August 16th?
Mm-hmm.
When they finally force her to say Shanann's name and she like crushes the water bottle in her hands.
And she makes perfect strangulation hands.
It's crazy.
Throttle.
It's crazy.
Well, what do you think about the OxyContin issue? Who do you think got the OxyContin?
I think it was her. Who do you think? Or you said you know? Do you know?
Oh, I do know. Yeah, I do know.
Where'd it come from? Am I wrong?
We're saving this till the end, but
oh.
Come on, Kelly.
I know. I thought we already talked about this, Sherry. Didn't you and I talk about this on the phone?
Yes, we did.
Turn your ear off. Okay.
Did Sis fall off, or did she have to
did
go?
she? No, we want Sis. Oh,
she
crap. Sis, where are you? Yeah. Where are you, Sis?
She might have fell off. She might have slipped.
She may have slipped. Yeah, it does happen. Come back up if you can. I love Sis.
Yeah.
I love y'all. So you think it was her, and why do you? So if she was a person who gave Chris Watts those, was there an intent? Why were they doing them recreationally? Was it for the purpose of harming his family? What do you think?
Ooh, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, they were probably abusing them. They were probably using them as recreational. But I just think the way he said that he'll take it with him to his grave, that was the way he wants to protect NK. Like, that's what makes me think definitively that it's her, is that that you could torture him, you could hang him from his toenails, he ain't never gonna tell you.
Yeah, no, man, I think that is very well said. So all right, let's pitch it back to Sherry. What are you thinking, Sherry friend?
I think that he just wants to protect himself. Because
at the end of the day, he is a selfish bastard, and he's proved that, hasn't he?
Because he was a drug user. He even said he was drugged up when he was involved with NK. He was drugged up all the time.
And not so many words. I mean, he didn't like. My take is he didn't say that exactly, but he described, things going on at her apartment that he would never speak of, that were of an evil nature. And, it was just evil things happening there. And that, he was like out of his mind. I mean, the way he was describing what he went through would be completely in line with somebody who was on drugs. That's for sure. Yeah.
Forgive me. And trigger alert. Didn't NK have a dog?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just picturing what some of that crap at the apartment might be, and I'm not. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, God! Okay. You got my mind going there. Ew.
I mean,
Sherry, get your mind back over here. You're not going to go that way.
You said trigger warning. I should have said it. I should have said it more strongly.
I didn't say nothing.
I'm not like, something fucked up happened. Obviously, it was bestiality.
Well, I mean, what else? What else would it be? What else would it be?
Doing drugs, having a threesome with Jim. She was into
witchcraft
stuff. He was raised a Christian.
But that kind of stuff, it doesn't have that same type of like you said. He kind of alludes to that's like satanic type of stuff.
I think in Chris Mott's mind it was. I mean, he was like lily white. He was a virgin before he slept with Shanann. I don't
he
think
wasn't a virgin. He remember he dated that divorced woman that was
yeah,
used.
but apparently he didn't sleep with her. He was just kind of like the pool boy help.
No, he could
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I don't think he ever did a DRUGS. He barely like. I don't think he had really experience. I think like
he had to have slept with the one.
threesomes and hard drugs and
He had to have slept with
I
that
think
one
that was like I
what
think
made you think he was a
bestiality
virgin? What's your source, girl?
That dude was a fucking dork. He was a fucking dork. Let's be real about
I
it.
won't argue that. I
keeping
definitely
it
won't
real.
argue
He was
that.
a fucking dork, man. He's nothing attractive about that man. But there is a source, and it's a friend. The source is through somebody who is a close friend of the channel who's not here now, and I would not speak on that behalf. But there's a source. And
Okay, if you have a source, then I
yeah.
trust you.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean he's such an idiot. Like, can I take you guys to one of the little places, and I'd like to know your thoughts.
This is how you can tell. I want to rewind for just a second.
Bestiality.
Every girl that he retells, and Shanann included, he pursued. And I think he got so sprung.
Did she?
She goes, I think he got so sprung, and then nothing.
because NK was interested in him. He was so flattered. Yeah, he never had that happen. Obviously.
Yeah.
She must have. She'll come back. She'll get back on. So the thing I wanted to know what you guys think. It just makes me cringe when Shanann in her video tells the story that she thinks is really sweet, that she put her head on his lap and he didn't move for 3 hours and he had to pee the whole time. But that's when she knew that
he's a silly putty. That's why.
Right. I mean, and for her, it was so touching that, then she thought he was her knight in shining armor. And I'm just like, what a doofus. He couldn't just say, I have to go pee.
I know.
Like that's
I'd be like, oh my God, you're a piece of silly putty. You can't even tell me you have to go to the bathroom. Get out of my house.
Right, exactly. Like no spine. No spine.
It was like he was scared of her then. I mean, I don't know. It was
right.
Like,
I think you're right. I think he thought that if he got up to pee that he might miss his opportunity to be her knight in shining armor,
Yeah, I think so. He's like, if I am just a spineless little amoeba of a piece of shit, she'll love me forever. Until
but then again, I'm sorry, we're talking over each other. But then again, look back at his childhood when he said he locked himself in the bathroom and he was crying when he was 7, 8 years old. He was crying and praying.
I know his mom says that's weird, man. Dude,
why was he crying? I forget that story. Why was he crying?
The story is this: when he was a child, and apparently this happened consistently for years, he would lock himself in the bathroom and he would be like hysterically crying and praying. I'm sorry, if my son locked himself in a bathroom and was crying and praying, I would go and be like, what the fuck is going on? Come here. We need to have a mommy son talk. What is going on? It's either good or it's bad, or I don't know. You're confused, but honey, this ain't okay. You can't be in the bathroom crying and praying all the time. That's not good. I mean, come on now.
Right. He was a psycho. He certainly had issues.
Yeah, he had issues with his mother, but not with his father.
You know what? One of the videos I hate the most, you guys might be in agreement, watching that stupid presentation he was doing for community college on relationships. It's exactly what he walked into. It's like he's psychic.
I don't know. Or his world is like very small, and that possibility was put in his mind, and it just became a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think he's very like feeble in many ways.
Absolutely. Very simple. He's a very simple person.
Oh, that video that Dave that I put out on the community thing yesterday. Did you guys watch the whole thing?
Which one, honey?
That of Seeking with Dave. That's the one I put out on the community thing.
I didn't God, I've been so behind. Yeah, we watched on the beach, just the one with like where they show NK Nicole Kessinger.
Yes. And Dave said that Ronnie said that he still is is not in
Oh yeah,
Illinois.
yeah. I went over that in the
He's
beginning,
still in
and I
Wisconsin.
apologize. Yeah, Cheryl and Kate will put that out. It was just wrong. Chris Watts did not move from Dodge Correctional to Graham, wherever. Somebody told me
Illinois.
that, and I just trusted the source. I made a video about it. I was at work. I usually fact check everything myself. I so apologize. I took it as soon as it started being questioned by like legitimate people. I took it down. I was like, I need to look into this, and I quickly learned.
Is he still in Wisconsin by me?
Yeah.
I mean, where I
Yeah,
live?
honey, he's still your neighbor. You can bring him cookies.
Oh, okay, 70 miles away. Are you still gonna come visit me so we can go talk to him?
Yes. Sherry and I have a plan. We're gonna go storm Chris Watts's little happy little, what do they call him? Like pig pen in prison there.
You know, early on when I was studying this case, I wanted to like do that kind of thing. I thought, man, I gotta like do some kind of psych study on this MF. And then pretty quickly I was just like, no, he's so disgusting. I would freaking die.
Yeah.
It would kill me.
Well, I feel like at this point it's the only thing I haven't actually done, and I don't know. You know, I said this before. I'll say it again. I got some people like said, you guys all come back, say it again. It's okay. You can say whatever you want to me. I don't really care. I think I know Chris Watts, like his personality profile, just about as well as any other person in this world, except for maybe I think he and his father do have a good relationship. But I think his father, you know, because he's looking at him through fatherly eyes, and it's too painful for him to see who he really is, doesn't see him for who he really is. And I know a lot of you have been following this case for a long time, also know him really well, but I do think I'm in that upper echelon of those who know Chris Watts extremely well. And I think I could get inside his head. I do.
I just think you'd vomit. That's all.
I think you do too. I think you could too.
No, I really think it would make you sick. You're a very sensitive person, and I am too. Like I would literally puke all over my shoes. That's what I do when I get stressed out.
Yeah, no, I know. I throw up too. I throw up too.
Not me. I'd be yelling at the mother effers. You, how could you? I don't want to swear on here.
You know what makes
that would be great because we could be good cop, bad cop, Sherry. It'd be perfect.
There you go. What makes me so sick with his dad is when his dad is in the room with him, and his dad tells his dad that he killed Shanann, and that Shanann did that to the girls, and he's like rubbing his back and stuff, and it's just like, I know it's your kid, but
yeah. I think in rubbing his back and stuff, I think he was partly like self-soothing. I mean, I think he had no idea. I can't even imagine the fucking confusion and shock that goes over a person when you hear that, you know?
My husband and I were discussing that, and I said, you know, we don't know how we would react, but I said, I'm just like Dale, if your son, which is my son's son, if he ever did that, I can never forgive him, even though he's your son. I can never forgive him for murdering someone. I know don't know how he would react, but I said, if he took accountability, maybe that's one thing.
Right.
But I said, Chris never took accountability for nothing.
Now, at risk of sounding really superficial, I've always thought that Shanann was like so far out of Chris's league. And this is what happens when you slum it and you date somebody so far beneath your league. And it's almost like he wanted to date somebody in his league, and then he found NK.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he knew Shanann was too much of a trophy wife for him. And for anyone to have ever thought that he would basically be the one to reject her, except that he didn't really. He just cheated on her, and then the girl that he cheated with, I think that she did it with her hands.
Well,
really
I think Shanann and Chris, I just think they suited one another's needs. I think Shanann needed someone she could control and boss around. Like Shanann's world was Shanann's world, and it was Shanann's
right,
world, and it was going to be no
right.
other way. And Chris was that perfect person. And Chris has no identity. He's a spineless amoeba of a motherfucker, and he needs a strong woman to connect to form his false personality around. So I think they just suited one another's maladaptive, like not maladaptive needs.
What do you
Maladaptive
guys
benefit.
think? I believe that if everybody wasn't annihilated, that Chris would have stayed with Shanann and worked it out because that's
Oh yeah.
typically what happens. That's typically what
He
happens.
couldn't be on his own. He would live in the bathroom and he'd cry and pray his whole life away. He couldn't be on his own.
But what do you want to bet? And NK Googled like what's the percentage of men with wives and children that actually get a divorce to get with their
Oh, I'm
mistress.
sure.
She
I'm
Googled
sure.
it said 0%, and she's like, that's it, they're gone.
Probably.
Right. Like
But
right
you,
along with what will a man leave his wife for his mistress? That was like just the general topic. And then she
Right,
got
right.
nitty-gritty and she's
And
like,
it's like, you know, like full disclosure, I had an aunt who I don't have affection for. She dated her boss for 11 years. He left his wife for her. He was an attorney. He was an LA attorney and she was a paralegal. 11 years. He finally divorced his wife. They moved into like matching apartments in the same building. And then a year later, he got back together with his wife.
oh man.
You know, I'm just, and my aunt acted like she got the short end of the stick. I'm just like, grow up, man. 11 years. This man was raising his kids with his wife 11 years. And you thought that he was just gonna do what every guy tells their mistress that they're gonna do, and none of them do it.
Yeah, I know. It's just blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I felt like she got her just dessert, really. But she did make him pay her like $30,000.
Oh, your aunt. Okay.
Yeah, she was just like, well, you know, I was never going to have to work another day in my life. Like, he got off cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people are certainly just looking to, suit their own crazy needs.
Oh, he was really disgusting, but he did have a Rolls Royce, so you know.
Yeah.
God.
But he
Oh,
looked like that Weinstein dude. He really did. He was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
So,
I have a question. So this is like a little this really caught me off guard, LJ. LJ said, I'm just really wondering, I'm sure you have reason for thinking this. I saw you said about the New Balance. I think Ronnie Watts is dope as fuck, just so damn awesome. But a Nate security camera shows Ronnie holding that gas can and walked to one side of Chris Watts' truck, changed his mind, and went to the other side. I totally think that was Chris Watts. You think that's Ronnie Watts? You think he was there that night? You think he was in
no.
Denver that night? I need to know what makes you think that, because there has to be a reason other than New Balance.
that's wild.
It is wild.
No, Ronnie was not there.
And I'm so looking forward to hearing LJ's story if she decides she wants to tell.
She said she wants to talk to me about it first, which is totally fine.
Yeah, yeah, that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
So then she went to the house after the Millers bought the house?
She was there just like super recently.
Oh,
Yeah.
and she went through the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like an open house because it's on for sale again or something.
And she got vibes of the children or something.
LJ. Something about Bella's room, and she's something about I just can't wait to hear. I mean, I can talk after this. Did I send you my phone number? You know why I didn't send you my phone number? the one on my computer doesn't work. I know, it's crazy. So that's why I can't use exclamation points. If anyone's noticed, I've had a dramatic decrease in use of exclamation points over the past 2 months.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
And I have a lot of ones in my phone number, so that, but I just thought of this. I have your number, so I can text you my number. So I'll do that after and we'll talk, LJ.
So this comment that you have up from LJ about the suitcase.
Read it. Can you read it? My eyes are hurting. Can you read it?
When Detective Baumhofer was getting ready to leave the Watts house and the suitcase was sitting right there at the bottom of the staircase, CW was nervous AF. And wasn't it a suitcase and like a paper bag
of clothes?
And he was like,
those are my old clothes. I've lost a lot of weight.
Those are my fat clothes. I was going to give them
my fat clothes. Yeah,
I know.
Now you can give them to NK. Dun-dun-dun.
Yeah. That was so annoying that the detectives didn't do anything with that.
Dave, and they think Dave Baumhofer did a great job. So
now, didn't you would know this information, Kelly, because you know this case like the back of your hand, inside out, upside down, and backwards. Weren't the stairs kind of wet? Didn't they notice that the stairs were kind of wet when they were in there?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna I'm not sure. I personally did not observe through the video footage. I never thought like, oh, those stairs look damp. I know we see Officer Coonrod on his hands and knees pawing through without gloves on. I was like, oh, that's not good.
I thought that he like touched it and said something like that it was damp or something, but maybe I'm imagining that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because that's just always,
but I don't recall what it was, honestly.
If it's accurate, if I'm remembering accurate, and I might not be, I might be making it up, but it doesn't fit into my scheme of things. Like, why would it be wet,
Yeah. I mean, if, we brought Shanann, I guess, certainly potentially there could be release of body fluids and things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And let's just say that there were, or there could have been body fluids from the other little babies. Oh,
yeah.
And they could have cleaned that stuff up that morning.
Yeah.
Because I really think NK was in there, because the garage door that opened or closed at 9:30 that morning. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
On the Vivint?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that NK cleaning up?
I do not know. I have no evidence above beyond what we all know together, but I personally believe it is very potentially probable. I think it's possible. Let's just go with possible. Guys, I'm enhancing the video that we're talking about that was just released of that little footage of NK at the funeral right now, because all the versions I've seen of it are like super small. I'm literally doing it as we speak. I'll have it ready in a minute.
Oh, that's great. That's cool. Who's this channel, this Dave guy that it came through? Do you know?
Dave. Fucking Dave.
Is it that Dave? Is it the same Dave?
Dave,
that's why I was asking. Ew. He was a nightmare, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know anything about him. I never have seen his channel. Nothing.
You're better off that way.
Yeah. Well, that's what I figure. Vicariously through you, I know very little.
So you got a new phone number, Kelly, or?
Yeah, he complete psycho on me.
He's completely insane. Isn't he like Australian and he like flew to the US to like stalk
no, I'll have the same phone number.
Oh, okay. You just gotta wait, okay. To get a new phone, okay.
Just till tomorrow. I just have to get out. Yeah, I have to just go to the store tomorrow.
Isn't he down
He is
under?
Australian, yeah.
But didn't he come to the US to like stalk the case or something like that?
Yeah, anaphylaxis. This gives me anxiety. Yeah, he came to the US and it's just
Yes.
It's just
Go
ahead, you tell it, Sherry.
Yeah, he claims that Yeah, he claims that he still talks to the one to Cindy and Ronnie Watts.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
He does. Yeah. I mean, he is like, talk about being as happy as a pig and shit, man. He is like, I am their adopted son and I'm fucking stoked about it. He's like, he is obsessed with that
Yeah.
family. He has been for such a long time. And
Yes,
it's
and
really
gross. That's so gross. I mean, I could see, you know,
he's the
somebody
one that wore Chris Watts freaking hockey jersey
Sure.
to Shanann
Yes.
Bella in Shanann Bella and Cece's gravesite.
Right.
He went to
Yes.
the Watts parents and wore Chris Watts' fucking hockey jersey there.
That's really disgusting.
Yes,
Horrible.
it is.
He should go to prison for life for that, in my humble opinion.
I just mean, and
That's
today
gross.
I actually for the first time watched because I was trying to see what he had about this whole NK video. So I tried to watch it on the other platform. We're not going to have to say what it is or whatever. And he's like talking. He's like, Ronnie's in chat. Ronnie's in chat. He was wearing a North Carolina's Tar Heel shirt. He like lives for these people. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, that's so nice that he's their adopted son.
I know they need one now.
And I don't know why they still talk to him. I don't get it.
Well, he's like a Chris replacement, but does that make
he's manipulated and abused them. He's just it's so sad. The whole thing.
So he's brothers with Chris, basically. Then
I guess, yeah.
What do you want to bet? He's visited him in jail numerous times, probably, right?
I don't think so. His ego's too big. He won't be able to keep his mouth shut.
Right. He'd have to brag about that. I saw him in jail.
He would have to be on a wait. Chris has a waiting list. He can only see certain. He would only have to be let in.
Yeah, and he would have to be on the list, and yeah.
Well, I'm glad that he wasn't moved to a new facility because I saw your video when you dropped it, and I was thinking like that sucks so much that he's basically getting a step up, into like a less restrictive.
Yeah, I wonder why Cheryl and Kate put that out there, but then like the receipts I was sent, it looks like he is on the roster. I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know. And I added to the confusion. I do apologize for that because I try not to do that.
Do you know for sure that he wasn't moved? Is that what you're saying?
Well, apparently that's what Ronnie Watts is saying. I don't know, but I don't know. I didn't watch those words come out of his Ronnie Watts mouth.
Well, and you never know. I mean, maybe the family got threatened with people that were so irate about him getting a better life that the family was then like, oh, no, that's not accurate. He didn't get moved. I mean, you just don't know. You don't know.
Yeah. You don't know. And, somebody was saying on Reddit, oh, Ronnie Watts commented, oh, he didn't move. And I said, well, do we know who's behind that Ronnie Watts Facebook profile? Because really, we don't.
Right.
And then so I don't know. I don't
know. It's all artificial intelligence.
I don't know what the truth is. But all I know is I don't want to be adding to the confusion. So I just took down any information about it because I obviously do not have my facts checked until they are. I don't have anything to say about it.
Sure.
Oh, darn it. That's like the only time I ever did that, like jump the gun like that without checking it myself. I was like, oh.
It happens, I think, I don't know that it's happened to me yet, but I'm sure it happens to every content creator at least once. Yeah. It probably has happened to me, and maybe I don't even know that it did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to show you the video in a minute. I'm working on it, guys, right now. And wait.
Somebody says Dave uses Cindy and Ronnie Watts for money. Yes, they do. I mean, yes, he does. June says that. Yes.
Yeah. So I think people in chat to me. So who gave them? We're getting there. We're telling the whole story of the OxyContins. As I told y'all before, this happened when I tried to talk about this, and I did try to speak prematurely about this in a live stream because I asked for the What's the Obsession legal counsel, who is somebody who was new to me because my dad used to do that. A friend of mine did that. My friend is just too busy. My dad passed away. So I actually had to hire an attorney I didn't know so well. So it was the first thing he did for me. And as I got this information, someone else got the information and got it to me. And together we verified the fuck out of it. And I was like, I cannot believe this. And I was so excited just to share with you guys. We had a lot of live streams, some talking about a lot of the topics that were going to come into play. Like, I look at you guys as like, seriously, my true crime family. We have, been investigating this, talking about this, discussing this all together. I feel like we're a team. I was really excited to share with you guys. And I got a message from my new What's the Obsession legal counsel. And he was like, no. He was like, what I was literally coming out of my mouth. He was like, no. You can't go on YouTube and talk about that right now. We have some things to discuss. You need to understand the possible consequences, repercussions. I need to look into some legal matters, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh shit. So I basically, was like, couldn't talk about all of it. Ever since that day, this has always been going on behind the scenes. I talk about it at times. I have dropped so many hints. I'm surprised that you guys aren't like, oh my God, the bombs are falling. The bombs are falling. Where's the air raid sirens? But I forget what my point was, but it drives me crazy when people come in chat like, so who did it? Who did it? Give us this now. Give us this now. Give us this now. Just everyone, y'all calm down. We're telling the whole story about this whole 7 years of the discussion of who gave Chris Watts the OxyContin. Where did they get it? Why? So think about this. It has to be someone who has access. As Sherry and I were talking about, that could possibly be someone in the medical profession. Sure. That could be somebody who knows how to obtain street drugs because they use them recreationally, or a friend or family member of theirs does, or I don't know, they just happen to see a deal go down while they were outside their local Wawa or 7-Eleven, right? And those are or they have a prescription themselves for legitimate reasons, okay? So we have like healthcare workers, people with a legitimate prescription, or people who know how to get recreational drugs illicitly themselves, okay? Now, why would somebody procure these drugs by legal or not legal means and give them to Chris Watts? Did he ask for them? Was this his idea? If it was his idea, where the fuck did it come from? So if it was whoever gave him the Oxy, they had to be in one of those situations where they had access to it. I just mentioned them. So of those categories, who might be a person who would also have an idea? Oh, I could give this to Chris Watts to do something with it that would harm his family. Anyone? Girls?
Can you repeat the question, please?
It was
I thought you were being rhetorical. I thought you were being rhetorical.
Oh, yeah. So
I had myself muted.
But if you have something to say, go right ahead.
No, I don't. I just was listening and coughing, so I had to mute myself.
Sorry. So I'm gonna let y'all think about that, because guys, I think the answer is so. No, I'm not talking to you girls on panel, but y'all out there, the answer is so
Muted.
Yeah, you just muted.
That's what happens when I start pounding on my desk. You think someone in his family would risk their profession, their, or do something illegal to give him OxyContin to harm his family? Or do you think it would more likely be the absolutely batshit fucking psycho crazy skanky ass mistress? Come on, people.
His sister. I'm sorry, his sister.
Well, I mean, I hadn't thought about the fact that they probably were using it recreationally, so they probably had it around, for getting high. Because Oxy is like one of the drugs that people really like to abuse.
That's right. Now, let's think about the history of all of these folks. Okay, well, we have Ronnie Watts, who we do know has a very short history of acute cocaine use that he seemed to rehabilitate from quite nicely. And again, it was short, not it didn't really fulfill the requirement of
His
being
mother.
What? His mother?
His mother.
I don't think, I personally do not believe or have any reason to believe his mother has ever done drugs or would know how to obtain drugs. She's not in the
Okay.
healthcare profession, and I do not think she purchases street drugs, but hey, call me crazy. And then there's Jamie Watts, who, yes, she's a respiratory therapist. Do you know how much money she spent and how much training she has gone through in order to get that job? And what would be the consequence of somebody finding out that she illicitly took what are they such highly regulated, highly addictive medication that she shouldn't be taking? It would be immediate termination from her job and stripped of her credentials. She has 2 young children and a husband she seems to be trying to develop a very nice marriage with, and they seem to be, whatever you think of her personally, I have nothing. Any of the victims' family members, and I do consider the Watts family's victim members, I'm talking about the Rusick family and the Watts family, you're not going to hear me say anything bad about any of them because they have suffered enough, and I just don't have anything bad to say about them. I don't think she would risk all of that. So,
well, I don't want to say nothing bad about him either, but she does work in the medical field.
yeah.
So I'm wrong again.
It's not like that, Sherry. It's not like that.
I know, but people think MK, that's what they're gonna go for because she's bad. I mean, I'm just saying. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand very well.
I'm just saying people are always gonna go for the bad person. MK. Okay, I understand that. But you gotta think out of the box.
Right. Yes. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. I'm just trying to read some of these comments here.
That's okay. I hope I'm thinking logically here.
No, I think I think your thinking is totally logical. Now we also know. Okay, so going back to the drug history, Ronnie had a very brief addiction, acute. Nicole,
cocaine. You know, yeah.
Cocaine, correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Nicole Kessinger had a history of addiction and having affiliations with rehab centers, and in fact, I mean, who has either, intimately studied her phone records at the relevant time, right before and around the times of the murders, or knows anybody who has legitimately done so and spoken about it? I know we did a long time on this channel. Okay, Wendy King says, I said last time that I knew for a fact it was not Jamie who gave him the Oxy. And you're right, I do know that. It was not Jamie. Okay, so we're limiting our pool.
Okay, and we know
alcohol. Okay.
And I don't mean to overspeak on people. Okay.
No, you're not. You're not at all. You're not at all.
We know that Cheyenne had it downstairs in the bin because she had dental, right, or something going on. But that was old, wasn't it?
No, I mean, I personally don't know if she had it down there. We talked about this earlier. There's some craters that say they can see it in the bins. I have scoured those.
But then again, wasn't there a bottle that was unprescribed? It didn't say no name on it.
I didn't see that either. I mean, people have said that, but I personally didn't see that. But I mean, maybe there is. Now, okay, so somebody said squirrel kisses, how to prove one pill missing. Okay, so here's another thing, a piece of the puzzle, and I can throw you this one. It wasn't a matter of one pill. It was not a matter of one pill. It was a matter of many pills being procured for the purpose of giving them to Chris Watts for reasons, and perhaps maybe to have some themselves. I don't really know, but it was not a matter of one pill. I can tell you that right now. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, and
he was giving it to her, obviously, but I don't know where he was doing it, I guess. I don't know.
What do you mean?
He was
Oh,
buying them.
No, Chris Watts went nowhere to buy street drugs.
Well, then,
It's okay. Don't worry, Sherry. I'm not putting you up here to be on the hot seat. You're doing
no, honey, I know. I'm just.
But I have a question.
Go ahead.
How did he slip it to her? How did he get it into her system?
Well, I mean, that was a question. That is a question. Now, one of the videos I was going to start playing before we started playing this little guessing game here, which I am enjoying, was was from True Crime Psych Ward. And here she's talking to one of the people on her channel team who is a thriver, and they're talking about whether or not you could give someone OxyContin disguised as like a Thrive capsule. Like, would that work out? I guess let's just hear what they have to say about it.
The ones. So Shanann had the balance pills that were the capsules that she just showed us, and then there's another vitamin pill.
Oh, she showed them to you? Oh, wait, here. So, okay, wait, hold it. Oh, well, she didn't really show the pill, did she?
And if you remember, Shanann had a pink vitamin pack next to her bed. So these would be more obviously difficult to hide Oxy in because they're sealed, but.
Yeah, Oxy is super easy to get on the streets. Yeah.
It was expensive.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Squirrel's kisses.
I thought it was like $30 a pill or $80.
I mean, that's expensive if you have a habit, but if you're getting them because you're trying to harm and get rid of your family members, I mean, what's the price, right? I mean,
right, priceless.
$200 to get rid of your family? Fuck yeah, it's a deal. Obviously, I'm being ironic, everyone.
I know.
Not you. I know you know that. I see what you're saying, squirrel kisses. I got you there in chat. Thank you.
Okay, but then someone snuck in the house to get those pills out of the bathroom. Remember that?
What's that?
I said, remember that night someone snuck in the house to get
so
those pills out of there?
That was the other type of pill, I guess, that Thrive comes in. So in my opinion, the balance pills, they're not sealed. They come in a little container. There's a bunch of them in there. He could have easily hidden something in there. So yeah, is it plausible? Yes. Now, the other part of this, I'm just trying to figure out. One second, I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how to slow down the chat. So give me 2 seconds. But anyways, so with the Oxy, so that was kind of like how we started trying to figure out what the deal is with that. And it didn't take long before we ended up in a rabbit hole where we were looking at Chris's sister, Jamie, because there had been some rumors and some thoughts, and how it goes in true crime. We
know
never leave any stones unturned, and there had been some talk and some rumors about possibly him getting the Oxy from Jamie, which I didn't know. I didn't know Jamie at the time, and I didn't know what she was like. I didn't know the type of person she was. Didn't really know much about her because they didn't even interview them. They didn't interview them during the investigation. So it was kind of like it. It could be anything. There's limited information. So 1 second. I'm still trying to find the chat thing.
Move forward a little.
And I think that's kind of where the rumor started.
Okay, wait, hold it. I need to. This is.
Cato asked him about the claims that Watts gave his wife. This is from the Daily Mail article, that Watts gave his wife oxycodone, and he responded with conflicting stories, saying that he had given it to her twice, once at her parents' home in North Carolina to try to cause a miscarriage, and then immediately before her death. He later contradicted himself and said he only gave it to her once in North Carolina. I asked him where he got the oxy, and he told me that is one of the things that he will take to his death, Cadle wrote. So that's where it first kind of came up. And obviously, with him saying that he's going to take it to his death, you know, that immediately caused speculation. And it was either, oh, it must have been a family member or it must be NK, but it's definitely someone that he's trying to protect. And I think that's kind of where the rumor started. Yeah, and this is an interesting thing about this is that even Chris himself gets it wrong, because he says the reason the medical examiner found OxyContin, the medical examiner didn't find OxyContin in Shanann's system. We saw the toxicology results, and there is no.
Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to turn that off. Now, listen, so the one medical expert that has been on this channel that we talked to about this said with a level of decomposition and degradation of Shanann's remains, so sadly, and I'm so sorry to say that, and I'm so sorry what happened to you, Shanann, that it is possible that if there were oxy in her system, it would be detected, and it's equally as possible, in this person's opinion, he said, that it would not be detected. I am not a medical expert. I try to stay away from all things autopsy, toxicology like that, because, I mean, unless we have an expert to weigh in, because I don't freaking know. So I do want to say that. And I also did want to say that Danielle says, it's so weird that Jamie laughs at everything when talking to Chris in prison on the telephone. Like, I know I personally this is how I viewed it. I know I am this kind of person. I am a nervous laughter, like no matter what the situation. I can be nervous, like it's like I'm nervous because like I'm in danger, nervous because I'm a little uncomfortable because I like a boy, or like silly things, like whatever the case is, like I will laugh like I'm sure like when I can hear myself in the moment, or if there's a recording, I'm like, God, that was awkward and weird. I sound like a freak. Like I laugh nervously. It is my go-to outlet for anxiety and nervousness in many situations. And that's how I took it with Jamie. Now, I do have to say this because I'm just watching some of the things go on in chat, and this always happens. Okay, hello, welcome to Watch the Obsession. I've been playing, but I don't want to say playing this game because it's not a game, but I've been, facilitating these conversations for, well, it's just like 4 years, possibly today. Our 4-year anniversary is like right around now. Ding, 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 everybody. Grab a piece of cake and get one for NK2. Here you go, girl. When I know there's some people that have said things expressing their dislike for either of the victims' families in chat, and our moderators only let that go so far, because one of my rules on this channel is respect the victims and both victims' families, family members. And you might not think that Chris Watts' families are victims, but I do, and this is my channel, so those are the rules, and that's just it. And I respect your opinion, but I have not walked a mile in their shoes, and I cannot imagine the pain and suffering and confusion they've gone through. Are they perfect people? No. Do all of the people involved have personality flaws? Fuck yeah. Do I? Yeah. Do you? Newsflash, you do. So here we are, imperfect people talking about other imperfect human beings. Just imagine that, right? So we get into a conversation where things get a little bit heated, and then there's some people in chat or on panel. It wasn't panel at all. I'm just saying that for example, or maybe me, says something that either is or is perceived as being, a little passionate, kind of nasty about one side or the other. And then the people that feel more connected to the other side start to get heated. I see that going on right now. And just like, here's what I have to say. Just, I just suggest, I'm saying this right now. We're just going to go by the channel rules. I am asking everyone respect the victims and their family members. Thank you. Back to play. Okay. Whoops. I got to bring it back into the stream. Okay. Dr. B, where'd you go, girl? Okay, here. I'll link this. I'll link the channel also in the description because it is
not be able to call her, only text with her.
Let me.
And that's allegedly when Nikki was like, why?
Wait, just go back a couple sentences so we get the whole thing.
Medical examiner didn't find OxyContin in Shanann's system. We saw the toxicology results, and there is no OxyContin. So, and at this time of this letter, Chris did not have a copy of the discovery. So he had no idea what was even in the discovery, which is why people like, you know, certain individuals, it was easy for them to fill his head because he has no clue what is even contained.
Now, Sean, I'm not sure what you consider wild rumors, but I'm just letting you know, I hear you here. But you know, if any, we're up here speaking, talking about things that you consider to be wild rumors, or I don't know if it's in chat, but the whole point of this discussion here is in direction towards, like, this is what happened. These are the rumors that have come up over the years. We're discussing them, we're working through them, and if you'll notice, just have a little faith. We're working through them and untangling the ones that are you're gonna very clearly see are not true. So sometimes that's just part of the process, and sometimes it's uncomfortable for some people on the way, and that's all I can really say.
In those 2,000 pages, and then the gigabytes and gigabytes of digital stuff. So people are coming at him. At one point, there were people correcting him. Like, he would get asked a question, and then he would get corrected, saying like, no, actually in the discovery it says this. Like, so I'm pretty sure that the way that the sentence is written, and knowing how Chris is concrete, not very communicative, not very social, whatever. So this sounds like a response to a question that Kate will probably pose to him. So yeah, I agree, Francesca. Oxy is not the issue in this case, period. So well, let me just see.
Well, I just want to read this comment.
Yeah, Oxy doesn't
this is, I just said to Reby, this is, as many of you know, this is always the bottom line for this channel in this discussion. Thank you for this comment. Ruby says, I'm sorry, Reby, I'm sorry. This family was in crisis and had been for a long time period. And that is the fucking truth, clearly. And, you know, it is, I just recently had to change my about page around, or like erase some things because YouTube modified like the amount of the length we're allowed to have, and so like half my page just cut off. It didn't even make sense. But it has always been, I'm a behavioral therapist. I have always had an intense interest in true crime and human behavior, whether in, you know, some of it is adaptive, some of it is maladaptive, some of it, you know, it's all across the board, man. Human beings are fucking weird. People do crazy shit, right? Like, you know, everyone knows that they're like crazy in their own little way, that there's things that they think or do or have done they wouldn't want anyone else to know about. Well, guess what? You and however many billion other people on the face of this earth, okay? So, like, it has always been with the Watts family, because I started this channel to talk about them, recognizing the critical lessons that we can learn from the relationship dynamics that are so clearly illustrated, you know, thanks to Shanann, like cataloging her family interactions through her Facebook posts and videos, and, you know, all of the interviews from other people that unfortunately were obtained because this horrible crime happened, but still they are there and they are evidence, and they give us insight into these family dynamics. The most important thing that I talk about all the time on this channel is, going back to why WOTC obsession exists, is to being able to learn as a human being from other humans' experiences, because that is what we do. That is an adaptive quality that we all have, is how we evolve. It is how our mere species survives. And it's how we as individuals live on and evolve and thrive. Okay, no pun intended, Lavelle. But this family in particular, not even this family, and some of the ancillary relationships so clearly illustrate individuals groups of people and family units that are quickly spiraling into a state of crisis. And it is so important that we all are able to observe those indicators of, heading into crisis when they should happen in our own lives, in the lives of people around us, or, ideally, just even acquaintances, because we all need to look out for each other. Because what do I say at the end of every live stream? Life is fucking hard. So, like, be good to each other, look out for each other. And, as long as you're not being like the neighborhood newspaper and asshole about it, if you see something, you do have to say something. And I think these lessons are so clearly laid out in these dynamics here. And so this on this channel is what the values are, and we are going to talk about them. And Reby just made me think of all of that. Thank you, Reby. And back to Dr. B.
In your system for that long. Then the next time the Oxy thing came up was in Cato's book. I just searched the term Oxy and copied kind of everything that came up. So she said the first night Christopher arrived to North Carolina, Shanann needed something for a really bad headache. Christopher told her he would get her something. Thinking she was taking an over-the-counter pain reliever, he gave her an 80 milligram of oxycodone. He said the pill, I don't even think that oxycodone, 80 milligrams of oxycodone would be multiple pills.
Not necessarily.
I don't know. He said the pill, obviously one, made her sick, and Shanann was up vomiting most of the night. He didn't help her because he wanted her to lose the baby. He felt he had given her a large enough dose to miscarry. So, yeah. The next time it came up, it was again. He says, the first night I was there, we were at Shanann's parents' house. So that's allegedly the same night that he gave her the Oxy. I texted Nikki and told her that I would not be able to call her, only text with her. And that's allegedly when Nikki was like, why are you with her? So that's also, he says, the first night I was there was the first night I gave Shanann the oxycodone. Now he says codone. I thought it would cause her to have a miscarriage. I'd looked it up on the internet and read about it, and 80 milligrams of oxycodone should have caused her to lose the baby. More like, what? Like, I've never seen that. If you Google, will 80 milligrams of oxy cause a miscarriage, you're going to get a no, that it's very rare. We have babies born on addicted to opiates because it usually doesn't.
However, hey, so this goes back. This is interesting. This goes back to what Justice A3Z. Whoops. The hell? This goes back to what, just in my mind at least, what Justice A3Z was saying about something totally different just a little while ago, that, NK probably Googled, like, what % of men will actually leave their wives for mistress. Turns out to be 0%, okay? But she's still going to go after it, right? Or she's going to be like, well, you have to get rid of your family then and still go after it because that's what she wants. She doesn't care that that's what she just read. So even if, like Dr. B said, if you were to Google, will 80 milligrams of OxyContin or whatever cause a miscarriage? And it's like, well, it's not likely, but it's possible. If you were desperate enough for that miscarriage to happen for some reason, say like because you want the woman's husband to be freed up to be with you, you might be like, fuck it. They said, maybe let's go with it. I don't know how else I'm going to do it. Maybe I'm going to now sell this to the person that can actually deliver her the substance. Because if y'all remember, we're going to switch gears. It's relevant. Stay with me. Because I'm not going to be spoon feeding you anything, all you people in chat demanding spoon feeding tonight. It's not happening. Oh God. If y'all remember, Nicole Kessinger knew that Shanann was pregnant, and I'm going to prove this to you right now. From, like, let's just say that she and Chris Watts really did start dating when they said they did whatever, the beginning of June or whatever. That's all we have evidence of. So that's all I can really speak to. I have searched and searched. I can't find evidence of anything else. Do I think maybe they met in the gym before? Maybe, but I don't have any evidence of it. So I'm going with the facts. I'm going with the evidence. I'm going with the data. I'm going with the motherfucking pie charts, just like always.
I know, but
everything.
What about the Google? What about when she Googled them the year before?
Oh, right. Yeah. And she certainly knew something about Shanann Watts because she Googled her the year before. I do not know why. There's a ton of speculation. We don't know why. All we know is that she did. So yes, that is a fact. But here, just let me I'm trying to draw a line here and then we can talk about that. She knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant before she and Chris Watts even started dating. Now, hold on to that one and try to also digest this. Let's see here. Going back to the ultimatum video that I made and put out a couple months ago, this is all very purposeful and these dots all connect, guys. So when Shanann, Chris, Bella, and Celeste all came home from North Carolina as a family on August 7th, oopsie, I gotta hold it. I got too many windows open here. Oh, crap. Because I enhanced that video of NK and I'll play that for you in a minute. But I gotta close down my video editor. That's the problem. Hold it. Okay. Video editor closing. Sorry, computer. Chill the fuck out. Okay, sorry. Let's see.
And sealed for their gender.
Oh, weird. Okay, I just stopped at a weird space. Okay, so Shanann, Chris, Bella, and Celeste all come home from North Carolina on the 7th, okay? So this video focuses on, oh crap, let me just mute it. I'll play it to get rid of that subscript. Okay. So this video focuses on a lot on August 8th. What happens on August 8th, the day after they get home? Well, let me tell you, Shanann's ultrasound is scheduled for that day at 7 p.m. that night. But that day, the first day Chris Watts is home, he also goes, and now remember, Shanann's home for the first time in their 6-week relationship. He somehow manages to go over to Nicole Kessinger's apartment right after work that day and stay there for 3 hours, right up until the very last moment he has to leave to get Shanann to that 7 o'clock ultrasound appointment. What else happens that day on August 8th, the first day that they are back from North Carolina? Nicole Kessinger gives Chris, she's like, congratulations, you are one of the many holders of the key to the castle, and gives Chris a key to her apartment. What else happens on that day? Well, when Chris Watts arrives at Nicole Kessinger's apartment complex, I believe at 3:17 p.m., 2 minutes later at 3:19 p.m., he goes into his phone, and what does he do? He modifies Shanann Watts' contact information on the phone. What the fuck for? Sounds like big changes are happening for Chris, at least in his mind, period. What else happens on that day? Well, Watts deletes his Facebook account. And we're going to hear why in a minute. What else happens that day? Kessinger, for the first time, Googles marrying your mistress. Sounds like an eventful day, doesn't it? So I'm going to turn the sound on the video.
But my question is, had Chris figured out how he was supposed to feel?
The most telling things that happens on that very eventful day, August 8th, 2018, the day after the whole family returns from their visit in North Carolina, is Chris Watts deleting his Facebook. And I am going to explain. When Chris Watts was interviewed from Dodge Correctional Facility in February of 2019, Dave Baumhover asked him directly about him deleting his Facebook. Why'd you do it? When'd you do it? Here's what he had to say.
How about your Facebook account? You deleted that at some point. When did you do that? And why?
I think it was, got back August 7th. Went to work. I think it was probably August 8th.
Okay, so now the detectives, the investigators are at Chris Watts. They're at the prison. This is a lifetime away for Chris on February 18th of 2019. And Dave Baumhover asks, you deleted your Facebook account? What day was that? Chris Watts just knows off the top of his fucking pea brain head. This is over like 4.5 months ago. Oh, I think it was August 8th. there must have been something that happened that day that made an impression in his mind that made him really remember when he deleted his Facebook account.
That's when Nikki told me she told her friends about me.
Oh, that's when Nikki told me she told her friends about me. Okay, we just got home from North Carolina. Nikki told her friends about me, shit. And my family will be annihilated in T-minus 6 days, okay?
And I just figured, they probably looked me up on Facebook and see that she was pregnant.
And the problem is, I think they might look me up on, I figured they would just look me up on Facebook and find out that Shanann's pregnant. Not that he's married, but that Shanann's pregnant, okay?
I fixed Nikki already knew probably.
I fixed. Nikki already knew about that, though. I fixed. Fix being he was just with his family in the South. They say fix. Fix meaning, I figured this must be what's up. I fixed. Nikki already knew about that, though. He says right there, Nikki already knew about that, though. Well, we know that she knew about that at that time on August 8th, but also since before the beginning of their relationship. How do I know that? Well, you're going to know right now.
I'll be already, but I did that.
First of all, I want to note the last thing he said, that Nikki probably knew it already. I honestly had not heard him say that in his interview until I was making this video, and oh my God. Now, we all know that Nicole Kessinger absolutely knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant, and she had known for a while. In fact, in the video that's linked in the description, the bombshell video, part 1, I lay out for you guys exactly when Shanann first posted on Facebook about her pregnancy and how that ironically coincides with the first communication between Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger, which was through email, on Anadarko email on June 12th of 2018, when Chris and Nicole are having a back and forth about Nicole thanking Chris for his honesty that morning. She really admires that in a person. Now, okay, so this is their first day of communications. It's through the email through Anadarko. It starts off as being an email from Nicole Kessinger to his whole group. And then they start to, narrow down like two little school children to just isolating each other and talking to one another. And now they're exchanging words about, I admire your honesty. It's so hard to find in a person these days. Saludos cordiales. I'm so cultured, bullshit, right? This is June 12th, 2018. Well, guess what happened on June 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th? You want to know? You're going to find out. The first time that Shanann Watts posted about her pregnancy was June 9th, and then she posted about it again on June 10th, June 11th, and June 12th. That first communication between Kessinger and Watts happens on June 12th, and she's thanking him for his honesty. And then, soon thereafter, their relationship starts with a bang. Shanann posted about her pregnancy on June 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Okay. Do we know that Nicole Kessinger was religiously Facebook stalking that family? Oh, yes, we do. Do we know that Nicole Kessinger saw Shanann's Facebook post? Oh, fuck yeah, we do. So do we know that Nicole Kessinger knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant? But not only was Shanann Watts pregnant, but she was pregnant with a baby Watts. A baby Watts who was clearly Chris's baby Watts, because she handed him that pregnancy test, and it's clear that they are the couple together that are having a baby. Did Nicole Kessinger know all of that? That baby existed and was Chris's baby before they even started dating? Yeah, obviously she did. Do you think she was okay with that? What do you think, Justice A through Z?
Oh, sorry. I was kind of dozing for the first time, but can you repeat the question? I was paying attention.
Nicole Kessinger knew that Shanann was pregnant with Chris's baby since before they started dating. Do you think she was cool with that Shanann was pregnant with Chris's baby? Do you think she's like, oh, that's cool, no big deal, I'm cool with that?
Oh yeah, totally cool with it.
Yeah. No. So you think that as she's dating Chris Watts, knowing that his wife is pregnant, do you think that immediately, before they were even dating, she started coming up with a plan to eliminate that baby? Oh, you better believe it. And I think that is completely consistent with everything we have seen and heard from Nicole Kessinger. If anyone wants to beat me on that, come on up, baby. because let's debate it.
So wait, you're saying you think that Nicole knew that there was a baby?
She did know there was a baby
before they started dating, and that she
Yes.
had designs on eliminating the baby before
Yes.
she even screwed him?
Well, I mean, at least when they started dating.
Well,
I mean, she
see, this would fit with my theory of how she became obsessed with the Watts family. Can I share with you my theory?
Sure.
I think that when Shanann worked at the Children's Hospital, that she organized that fitness challenge. What was it, like a 6-week or 12-week fitness challenge?
Uh-huh.
And that Nicole, we know that she organized it, I'm pretty sure. We know that Nicole was part of that fitness challenge.
She was part of it, yeah.
So there's that one photograph of her climbing on the ropes, and that's doing the fitness challenge.
Yeah.
So my theory, like those are the facts, that Shanann worked there. She was organizing it. Nicole did that. My theory is that Nicole maybe wanted to be friends with Shanann. Maybe she wanted to try the Thrive. She had some type of interaction with Shanann, and that Shanann completely blew her off and like probably barely even noticed her. You know, like she's such a wallflower. And that was when it was on. And then it took her a whole year before, the extinguishing. But
so you think this is more about like feeling like scorned and burnt by Shanann and having some like vengeance against her?
That's exactly what I think. And then she was like, "Oh, bitch, I'm going to get your husband." And then when she found out she was pregnant.
I mean, I think that is within her personality profile, personally. I mean, I don't put it, I don't, that's not my number one theory, but I don't think that's so far removed.
Well, and when you think about how gregarious Shanann was and how friendly and outgoing she was, and it's not that she would usually ignore people. There was probably something about Nicole that really turned her off. Like she could probably sense what a psycho she was.
Yeah.
On like some type of level. Because normally Shanann would be connecting with everybody and, trying to network for her business and all that stuff.
With her body odor and marijuana breath.
Well, and we know that Shanann, like she quit that job.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. She quit that job so she could sell the Thrive full time. But prior to the Thrive, she had been selling like
Arbonne. I'm sorry. Nicole Kessinger was selling Arbonne.
And Shanann had sold the 31 31 bags or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
And the LuLaRoe
11 MLMs, yeah.
So she had tried a bunch of them, and so she's always networking. She's always trying to widen her net, but she didn't hit it off with NK, and the NK saw her connecting with other people. She saw her, anyway. Yeah, I think it was a single white female thing. I think she just went freaking bananas, that she thought in her insecurity that Shanann was better than her. She thought Shanann was prettier than her. And then she perceived
she was.
I know. But then she perceived that Shanann thought that she was better than her and prettier than her. So that's when she set her sights. That's when she Googled her. She Googled Shanann first, then she Googled the husband, right? In September of 2017. And then she got hired.
Well, she Googled Chris first. She Googled Chris in August, and then she Googled Shanann in September.
Well, and then there's those rumors that I don't know if they're substantiated, that they were all three at a 4th of July party.
I've never been able to validate those rumors, but I've heard them.
It's probably bullshit then, because you would have had it validated by now, girl.
Yeah, I've tried. I mean, and I've known other people have tried. I just have not. I haven't been able to get there. I haven't been able to make that connection.
Well, this coming July 3rd, when Nicole comes back into your chat to celebrate her birthday, you could ask her.
Oh, yeah, you said she was here on her last birthday.
Oh, I'm convinced.
Oh,
She
Happy
was in that
birthday
chat.
to
She was
you.
totally in that chat.
Oh my God. I just want to say super quick before I miss it. Sub Rosa says some people can't stand the smell of patchouli. Sub Rosa, I am one of those people. I admit it.
Is she implying
Oh.
that maybe NK was wearing patchouli when they?
So I like NK in my mind smells like nothing but patchouli and hairy armpits.
Right. Well, and I have like a mix like some patchouli is awful, and then there's some really high quality patchouli
Yeah.
that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the joke is like the hippies that never bathe and they just think they can hide their body odor with patchouli.
Yeah. Yeah. No. That it's like that's what I associate it with. That's what I associate it with.
So yeah, I think that there's a very good likelihood that NK might have run across Chris at a gym, the way there's so much speculation and talk about that, like maybe not verified, but maybe is verified.
And he did have to go use a gym when the Rusick stayed with them because he couldn't go downstairs to work out, although Shanann, according to him, very much. So that would have been the time period. They were there for 15 months through a certain time in 2016 to 17. I don't know the exact dates.
There you have it. So yeah, I think that when she Googled them in around September 2017, and then she got hired at Anadarko in about January 2018. Maybe February, March.
I am not sure on that, actually. I am not sure when he started in Dark, but somewhere in these
right. But between the Googling the Watts and then dating the Watt, somewhere in between there, she got hired. But she specifically was hired as a contractor, and specifically for her father's business, right?
I don't know.
So like her dad had some type of business and she was working for him.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Like he's connected. Remember, he knew all of those people. You know, he knew the detectives.
I don't know. I don't stand. That's not a thing of mine. I do not know those things, but maybe. But I do not know those things.
So he had some type of business. I remember looking into it myself.
He's an engineer. I did a video about what he does for a career. He's an engineer. He's and he was the project director for those COVID respirators that didn't all work out so fabulously.
Right, but basically she got the job through her she was working for her dad's company, and her dad had the contract with Anadarko. So she wasn't an Anadarko.
No, I don't think her dad ever owned a company, but I don't know. Maybe that's, but I don't know.
Or just like a subcontractor. Like he was the contractor and then she subcontracted, basically. Something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that she got the job at Anadarko to move in on Mr. Watts. I mean, that's my theory. That's my theory. I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, in my theory, your idea of her knowing about the baby up front, it just kind of adds to the challenge that she wanted to take this bitch out. You know, she wanted to knock her down, and that it just made it that much juicier. Basically, it was more incentive.
Yeah, but I think like the important thing is that all of that. So she doesn't, care what she does to Shanann, obviously, I think is the point, but she knew, I think this is so important. This is so important to understanding about who got the Oxy, how they obtained it, how much, for what purposes, and who knew. Nicole Kessinger knew that Shanann was pregnant with Chris Watt's baby when they started dating. And we know, based on her personality, she was not okay with that, not for a second. And she
thought it was cute. He's a daddy.
I'm
So cute. He's a dad.
And he was right before Father's Day.
Yeah, his wife was pregnant, so I removed it. You know,
Who
like.
got the Oxy? That's all I want.
Oh, Sharon, you go. No, don't be one of those people.
I'm
no, we didn't. But
very
this is all
impatient.
towards y'all. I mean, the writing is on the wall. She was not okay with, Chris Watt's wife, who is Shanann, being pregnant with that baby. And you guys, you all know. None of you. You're all smart. Y'all know every single day of their relationship, except for maybe the first 3 when she was just showing him what the shredder was made of. Like after that, she was like on him about it every day. And it was not okay that his wife was pregnant. And it was not okay that he was just going to let his wife be pregnant. You better believe if she had ideas that something could be done about that, he was going to take action on those ideas. Or, she, like she did in other ways, was going to like taunt him with like, oh, then I'll just leave you. I'll go be on eHarmony. And obviously, he was not okay with that. He was obsessed with her. He annihilated his family for her. Do y'all understand like how the Oxy and Nicole Kessinger's knowledge of the Watts family situation, her desperation, and her pathological psychology is showing us, and there are receipts to match, what she would be willing to do to get rid of that baby and that wife? I mean, am I like not making this clear?
Well, I mean, think about the day when.
Am I stupid?
When she.
No, it's not about Sherry. It's not about you. It's about the Oxy.
The day that she popped in at Shanann's house, uninvited, and then she's and then she's upstairs.
July 4th, right? When
she's looking at the photographs. She's like, "Oh my God, your wife and children are so beautiful. Why would you leave all of this for me?"
Perfect example.
She's so.
The first day he brought over the box of condoms that she was investigating was June 27th, 2018. June 27th, hold that in your noggin. July 4th was about a week later. That's when Chris Watts woke up in her bed. Shanann was called. She was on fire because she was mad at Chris. He wasn't answering the phone call. He was like, yo, Kessinger, gotta go. He went home. They'd only been dating a week. They lived 25 miles apart. We don't know. She shouldn't even know where he lived according to the situation as it was described. 20 minutes later, she shows up on his doorstep on fire because it was not acceptable that a week into their dating that he leave her house in the morning because he had to go home because his wife was upset because he was not answering the phone to talk to his children and support his wife while she was pregnant. That, I mean, come on, people. I mean, none of this was okay ever.
Can I interrupt with the understatement of the century?
Yes.
Some people don't handle rejection well.
Yes.
Oh, you think?
Right. Oh my God.
Well, then Nicole, NK got the Oxy. I don't know. Maybe I'm being stupid. I don't know.
It's okay, Sherry. We'll work this out. We'll work this out later.
Well,
I'm very stupid at all.
I'm very impatient, Kelly.
Well, Sherry, I've already told you all this. I think you're forgetting, though.
But don't
say anything more. Don't say anything more.
I won't.
Just okay. So now, NK knew every aspect of Chris and Shanann's relationship, from finances to pregnancy. Yes, exactly. So now,
do you have a 401k?
Do you have a 401k? And he's like, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's normal. I'm going to bring in the recently released, as of just yesterday, video of Nicole Kessinger. It is Nicole Kessinger. She is at her friend Danielle's mother's funeral. Sadly, we are sorry for your loss.
Can I prep the audience real quick?
Sure.
It's my humble conspiracy theory opinion, allegedly, that girl just has death written all over her face. Like she just could not be guiltier. And I just
and we see 7.2 seconds of her.
Oh, but you'll see it. It's everywhere. Like, I mean, it haunts her.
Okay. All right. Let's see if it looks like Nicole Kessinger has just murdered someone
And
here.
look at the cross. Look at the cross. Like, that is just perfect right there.
Well, you've seen the pictures that I've had with the mysterious cross in the kitchen. There's weird cross placement.
Oh, I know. I love that cross in the kitchen over the table. Oh my God. That flips me out.
This
All right,
is
guys.
her.
So
This
finally,
is her.
after everyone's been showing this video, finally someone did the service of making it large enough where we can actually see it. You're welcome. I love you guys. Okay.
You're the best, Kelly.
I'm surprised the cross didn't start being on fire.
You can see the demons in her head. See the demons?
Oh yeah, like just that she's an evil person. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she is horrible. Here you go, sis, my sis. All right, I'm gonna just slow it down. Let's see. Let's go with.
It's so funny that this video got released. Like the people that did the service. And of course, it's so symbolic. She's walking away from the Bible and the cross. Away.
Yeah, man.
And she's wearing all black. It's just perfect. Like and then the little white around her collar, almost like a fake priest or something.
Oh yeah, that's weird. Yeah, yuck.
Yes, folks, she's still alive and breathing.
She's not even trying to look the slightest bit different, Like, wouldn't most girls have gotten a different hairstyle and color?
Yeah.
If nothing else. Seriously, just like a blonde bob that, people wouldn't recognize her. She probably likes being recognized wherever she goes. She probably likes it.
I don't think she is widely recognized. I mean, she has been completely underground. Look she has that, like, what are those dogs, like, with the underbites? Like the French bulldog, she has that French bulldog lower jaw. Yeah, that's her.
So can I do more full disclosure?
About what?
Well, I have a cousin who has a very similar face, and the cousin tortured small animals when she was a child.
Okay.
And I believe that she might be responsible for 2 people passing away.
Yikes.
And they have the same face, kind of that expressionless, like the flat affect and this is talking as a mental health professional. I'm sure you know this as a behavioral therapist. The flat affect is it's diagnosable by itself. Someone has a flat affect, something's going on.
Yeah, flat affect is it's a symptomatic indicator of a number of things.
It's
Sis, I
bad.
will drop the link for you, by the way. Yeah, no, yeah.
She's got the flat affect.
She does. Yeah, she does have a flat affect, and she does. No, I agree with that. Yeah, this is okay. So this video was taken on January 16th, 2025. It just came about like yesterday. Somebody who is a loyal viewer of a creator who is no longer on YouTube, but has been who is the Watts family's adopted son. Found this, God knows how. This is Nicole Friend's Danielle's mother's funeral. God rest her soul. It's an hour and 5+ minute video. She appears for, I think it's 6.2 seconds, and here she is. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes.
Now you got me singing that now in my head.
That's funny. All right, I see Nell.
Can
ahead.
I interject here again?
Sure.
Hello. And
Hello.
I'll interject here and then I'll be quiet. So imagine doing something similar, being involved in something similar to what she was involved with 7 years earlier. There's no way, no matter how ice cold and heartless you are, there's no way those demons aren't going to haunt you in your head.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
anyway,
Absolutely, I
now
agree with that.
who is it that just came in?
Nilda, how are you doing, Nilda?
Hey, I'm good. How are you,
Are you up on
Kelly?
stage? Yeah, you're. Wait, hold it. I gotta change my view here so we can see everyone. Oh, there we go. Hold it. I gotta change this. I want it to be all equal. I don't want to be bigger than everyone else. Hold it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hey, I'm good.
Oh,
What are you thinking about, my darling?
thank you. I miss you. And I want you to know I have been trying so hard to jump back on the lives since you've had them. So I'm glad you don't lose faith and you keep me on your email list. I appreciate that.
Oh,
Miss
thanks,
you
Nilda. I
guys.
appreciate that. I
Do you know
appreciate
what? I was
it.
agreeing with you. I was laughing. That's when you said yes and yes about, Shanann was prettier and smarter and all those other
Yeah.
things. Said the same thing aloud to myself when you said yes and yes. But
Yes.
I love hearing everyone's theories, but I feel like we're all kind of on the same page. Some people have maybe different details, but I feel like
Yeah.
everybody here seems to be on the same page. You know what I wanted to mention, and you may have slightly already touched on this, but I feel now, if I understood correctly, do you remember when they were selling the house in North Carolina to move to Colorado?
Yeah.
Initially, it was Shanann's and family for whom she was a nanny, right? That they went to stay with. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, with their last name was Dietz, and
Yeah.
that's where Dieter came from, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I heard a long time ago that while Shanann stayed back to complete the sale of the house, Chris moved forward first, and since they went to stay with the Dietz family,
Mm-hmm.
and supposedly that is when Chris went to the gym. And then, like you guys
Oh,
mentioned,
maybe.
then after they moved into their new house together, and then Shanann's parents came, and as they were staying in the basement, that was his second excuse to return to the gym. I think
Okay.
that he met, and I just want to see what you think about this. And this may have been stated by someone else. I believe it was because that's where I have the idea, and I agree with it. I think that's when Chris initially met NK, when he was by himself in Colorado, living with the Deets, waiting for Shanann, staying at the gym, or who knows, maybe Shanann came and they were still with the Deets family. But the point
Mm-hmm.
is that that's what he was doing to go to do his exercise. And then again, for the second round, when her parents came to stay with them, then he returned to the gym. But I
Uh-huh.
think it was on the first leg of his visits of the gym where he met her. And that's why I think back then she was stalking them. And that's why we saw the Google searches. That's what
Oh,
I think.
maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's possible. I think if he met her when, he first was out there, just after they got married, I think he was head over heels for Shanann at that point. I don't think there was certainly not any, he may have just
Interaction.
encountered her. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
They weren't doing anything yet at that time.
Yeah.
No,
So
absolutely not.
I love what you said, but I missed some of it because, full disclosure, I'm just starting to doze. But I
We all
love
are.
what you said, and I'd love it if you wouldn't mind repeating it because I could hear that it was right on.
No problem. I don't know that.
Oh, she was working on the rigs then. Okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Go
wait,
ahead.
I'm sorry. Kelly, go ahead.
Oh, Sis Vicious just said at that time when the Watts first moved out to Colorado, that would have been the time when Kessinger was working out on the rigs. But I mean, still maybe, but yeah. I mean, whether they met at the gym, that first time when they just moved out, or if they did meet at a gym when the Watts Rusiks were staying there in 2016. I mean, meeting at a gym is possible. because she references Chris having a gym a few times during her interview, so that's kind of weird because he's not supposed to have one. Shanann didn't want him to have one.
Yeah,
right,
that's true.
right. This apartment is near your gym.
Right, exactly.
She slipped that out.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. That's interesting, though, Nelda. That's interesting.
But no, you're right. I guess when they were staying with the Deeds, he was still very much involved with Shanann. I don't think that he had anything going with NK. I just thought perhaps maybe that was when he first met her. And then I was thinking, well, when the parents came, okay, he wanted to exercise, but I guess where I kind of, the reason why I feel he met her during the first leg, right, when he first moved out there, is because I think when Shanann's parents came, of course, he didn't have access to the gym downstairs, without interrupting his in laws. But I think it was more of an excuse to go to the gym because.
Oh, I think he wanted to get out of the house. I mean, he said, and I think this is the case. And y'all, this isn't saying anything bad about Shanann. So if anyone wants to come at me for it, go for it. I don't really care. Shanann wouldn't even let him go running. She wanted all of his time when he was home for him to take care of the kids, for him to be there, even though she didn't, and I do think this was because of the involvement in all the MLMs. It seemed like it was true that she didn't pay much attention to him, but she wanted him at beck and call. And that's what I was saying earlier when I said, I feel like in that regard, their personalities worked out just fine because she wanted him to do whatever the fuck she said. And he was like, yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
And puppy, and that was fine for them until it wasn't.
Right. I agree with that 1,000,000%. And because I was surprised reading that again, in a couple of the comments in the past few months when I'm like, did she say that? I guess she did. When Shanann said she didn't, or when Chris stated that Shanann didn't want him to even go jogging when he was there. I mean, that's insane. And, again, no disrespect to Shanann. I'm not looking, but I agree with what you said 1,000,000%. Let's be real, though. When she's there, whether she's with MLM or no MLM, come on, she wasn't interacting or engaging based on what I could see from all the videos. Okay, I don't know what she did when she wasn't filming, but when she was filming, you did not see her pay that much attention to the kids. Look, it's not that hard. Just like we couldn't identify when they had a healthy meal, except for when Chris grilled that steak with the corn on the cob. Same thing. You start thinking about these. Why was it always marshmallows and crying and those stupid Thrive bars? Wait a minute. Why the hell don't you have those fruit cups? Why don't you have some fruit or a yogurt? We never saw any of that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. And I said this very carefully in one of my comments because of, anger from the other side we might hear. But I spoke the truth. Like he was to me, Chris is at just as much fault as Shanann, but you never saw any healthy snacks. It was always the kids crying, they were starving. Or you never saw any, little things from the kids' pictures, maybe help on the refrigerator that they drew. Or you can still have a very neat house. Show me you're doing something to help them learn when they're home. I saw nothing in that house.
Well, I don't disagree with anything you said. And, yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Clark said Shannon didn't interact, she boss. And and that's just the truth. And I've been doing this for 4 years. Every time, I even read a comment like that, I have to give this disclaimer. Oh, I'm not saying this. Oh, I'm not saying that. But you know what? That's just a fact. Even her closest family and friends said that. And that's just, if people want to take that as being this horrible thing, you go ahead and fucking take it that way. But that is a fact.
I don't think that I agree with you 1,000,000% because it's very tiring to always have to preface. Well, I did actually a recent big paragraph or 2 paragraphs stating the same. And I was very careful with the way that I phrased everything. But it gets tiring having to say, this isn't bashing. But you know what? All of these pieces all of those dynamics are important to me for
Exactly.
this case because it's not blaming. It's also learning from this moving forward. While we're talking about it, then let's
Exactly.
really talk about it because part of
Exactly. I
he's a
agree.
crazy, you don't understand, but he es un hijo de puta. I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss being, I know you can because you're the owner, but you know,
It's
he's a
fine.
son of a bitch. He's
Yeah.
crazy. He's a monster. We know that. But
Yeah.
also not excusing or giving him more reason to be, but however, don't like the word but, however, in addition to that, if she was indeed that controlling over him where he couldn't even hang a picture up said by himself without
Mm-hmm.
fear.
Well, look, he picked out the colors of the outside of the house, so that tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yeah,
Yes.
the baby diarrhea brown.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I
Gross.
just want to read a couple comments that are exactly what you're saying, Nilda. Sub Rosa says, not every victim is a perfect person and lights up every room. You know, amen to that. And I've been saying this with it, you know what, having this channel and just, my God, the freaking, oh, I can't even. It's all just such a big headache. But listen, like, you know, the whole, you know, this is what I've said about Shannon. I'll say it again. Shanann wasn't a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. Y'all on panel, you're not perfect people. I love you, but not all you people watching, listening right now. You're not perfect fucking people either. I got a newsflash for you.
Right.
This is how it is. It's a human condition. It's life. And I think, you know, people say, oh, it's disrespectful to talk about. First of all, if someone says talk about a dead woman like that, that to me is what's offensive, and that might just be a personal thing. But I think for people call Shanann the dead woman, I think is fucked up. I'm just going to be honest. So, but
Agreed.
people think it's disrespectful, you know, to talk about her as she was. I think it's disrespectful to try to erase her actual history, her life stories, her trials and tribulations, you know, the suffering, the hard work, the blood and tears she sweat to do what she did, no matter how perfect or imperfect it was, to try to paint her as this shiny cartoon caricature of herself. Nobody wants to be remembered like that. And I know Shanann Watts would not want to be remembered like that. She would
Right.
have wanted to know that her life mattered because it did, and that her stories had values to others and they were continuing to be told. So if you don't like that, y'all, I'm sorry.
Well,
Change
and
the channel, literally.
I just want to say that I love Shanann, warts and all. Like, I see so many flaws in her character, and I think they're adorable. I mean, she kicked some ass, man. She really did. That
You
girl
know what?
kicked
I
some ass.
agree. And you know what makes me frustrated? Like when people start saying, like, they just want to focus on, you know, what they want to just write what they believe the image of her should be versus what it was. And
Right.
to
Right.
to tail on or tag.
And that's so selfish. And that's not a tribute to Shanann. That
No,
is
right.
selfishness.
It's not. And in fact, you know what? I also think actually to give her kudos. Okay, you have these flaws, but you also have these strengths. You know what I
Exactly.
always say? Damn, why did she have to, not just this stupid group of the Thrive, whatever, Lavelle,
Mhm.
all those other MLMs. Oh,
Yeah.
Kelly, you're the expert because you yourself, you already shared with us your experience. You know how it was, you had to have a strategy to actually come out making a dollar. But what I saw in Shanann was hell of a lot of potential. And I think Shanann didn't give herself enough credit. I get
I
frustrated
agree.
sometimes
I
watching this,
agree.
and I'm like, you know what? I disagree with the people that say she was disorganized. She was this. No,
Well, no,
listen, that
I
she
agree.
could have taken those same skills and you know what? Send Chris to hell and
Mhm.
confidently have walked on, worked for an organization, salary based. If you have bonuses where you can earn commission, excellent. That's gravy on your mashed potatoes. But she should have walked out a long time ago and just believed in herself and gone to work full time at
Well,
an organization.
I totally agree with you. And there's another important message in this whole story of Shanann Watts' life and the Watts family. The person that is like Shanann, that does, like everyone else, have flaws, but also has exceptional qualities and has characteristics about them that could make them succeed in a number of ways. MLMs prey on those people. They suck those
Yes.
good qualities,
Kelly,
characteristics, and talents
you've
dry.
you've done a series of incredible videos educating about that. And
Mm-hmm.
I fully think that Shanann was a victim of the MLM.
Yeah, she
And
was.
the whole family was. That whole family story would not have ended like that if she had a regular job, like stayed with the hospital.
Right.
I
She
agree.
could have been the CEO of that freaking hospital.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know about all that, but she could have gained some stability and some spending money that would support the lifestyle that she wanted to live.
Right. Right. And
Yeah.
you know what? Let's say I
Maybe.
personally don't believe, but who am I, right? But I do have familiar Mediterranean fever, so I do take that personally when I read, oh, do I have this? Oh, they have they get cold, they get warm. I want to say, shut up. I don't care
I don't know
if
what
you're
all that
here
was
or not.
about.
I'm like, you know what? Shut up. You don't even talk to me because that's an insult to me. But likewise, claiming that she had lupus, which I don't believe she had. I know one thing. All I know is one thing. No MLM product, which is just snake oil in a bag, which you don't talk about. You're going to sell the product and convince other mothers to take these products, but you don't want to talk about what's in them. Let me tell you right now, no MLM product, piece of crap, nothing in this world other than medicine, which isn't even working 100%, right? It's preventative, no cure. So how in the hell is something that an MLM represents going to all of a sudden miraculously cure your lupus? That's bullshit. And so you know what? I believe that Lavelle is also, I don't think I've ever said this, but I think Lavelle is responsible. And
Oh,
I
I
think
think
that
they
the
have culpability.
Ruseks
I
should
absolutely
have
do.
sued the fuck out of them.
I think they should have as well. I think they should have as well. And not only is that not going to cure your lupus, I told you guys I tried the whole Thrive experience, like in investigating this case. I just wanted to experience as much as I could first-handedly. And I had been diagnosed with lupus at this point. And when I did tell my rheumatologist what I was taking, he was like, "What is it?" And I brought in some of the packaging, not even all of it, because I was ashamed that I was taking so much of it. I was like, oh my God, I think he's not. He was like, oh no, this is completely contraindicated for anything that causes inflammation, anything autoimmune. Da, da, da. He was like, you need to stop this immediately and throw it all out. I mean, and he's an excellent rheumatologist, and it wasn't just me. He said for the condition of lupus, this stuff is not good for you.
Right.
That was just my rheumatologist, but I'm telling you, that is what happened.
Oh, I'm sure every rheumatologist would agree with him.
Well, I don't know that much about the Thrive products, but it kind of seems like variations of Red Bull in candy bars and shakes and stuff. And I'm sure it had some vitamins in it, but caffeine and probably the same types of things that's in all those energy drinks.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of that, Kelly, and also, taking off from what you just said about similarities with like Red Bull and a candy bar. Now that I think about it, because Shanann, I think Lavelle is very responsible because knowing that Shanann, in an effort to promote a product, she would share, right, the allergies about her children, whether they were or they weren't. The point is, it doesn't matter. The point is the fact that if a mother who belongs to that MLM is writing that my child is what's the dramatic word, anaphylactic or whatever the hell it is.
Allergy,
Okay, if she even wrote that, whether it was true or not, that's what she believed, right? If that was the case, knowing that the company who Shanann represented let them continue to eat those foods right there, I'm very sorry, but Lavelle's responsible because they knew on not just one day or two or three or four posts, but a million posts talking about their allergies and the problems.
No,
They let her eat that.
agree with you.
Now you're gonna say, oh well, she passed away. The kids could have died. Well, right there, why wasn't Lavelle intervening? And at least if they didn't agree with her, if they knew that, well, you know what, they do have some a consistency with some of the tree nuts or something, they had a responsibility to say, Shanann, we do have to tell you, there is a possibility that there is some contamination from
No,
tree
well,
nuts.
here's the thing. Listen, as long as they have those disclaimers on their packaging, and they did, I mean, and on the bars that Cece was eating, no doubt, I have shown that. And I do, and even though my doctor told me to throw that out, I kept it all just so I have a record of the ingredients and all that stuff. And I'm also seeing how this stuff ages. Not well, weird. I mean, what I mean by that is too well. It's like I just bought it and it was like 4 or 5 years ago, which is scary. It's like a Twinkie.
Right, right.
But
Last semester.
you know, as long as they have those legal disclaimers, they are covered. But you're right, Nilda, because there should be more nuanced liability and laws around this. Even though they have those disclaimers written on the packaging, they know that they have those representatives going out there and misrepresenting the product in a dangerous way, and that should not be allowed. And that is one of the many reasons I am surprised that some of these MLMs are legal in the United States of America.
Right.
Well, while you guys were talking, I was thinking, like, I wonder if Shanann used the patches and ate the products during her pregnancies. I wonder if she nursed her babies, if she was ingesting it with that. And I wonder how old the babies were when they started snacking on that stuff. Because that's, you know, if it's got all the Red Bull ingredients, that shouldn't be anywhere near kids.
I don't know if it has all that, but I don't know. But wait, well, the Christmas just came back up, and we're going on almost 4 hours, so I've got to end this soon. And we're not going to get all. We're not going to get all the. I know we got a little off track of the oxy topic. But I told you we're going to have to continue to. We're going over this issue, and we will eventually get to the wrap up point. But you guys just need to understand, we get to the wrap up point for you. That can mean like real life legal repercussions for me. So when people are being so demanding about what I say now or don't, you know, I would just like you to, like, you know, have some consideration of that. Hey sis, how are you doing, honey?
Lovely. How are you?
I'm good. What's up?
So good to chat with you.
I know. It's so wonderful to hear your voice.
I know. I'm always up like working and stuff, and I just wanted to come back, and I was like reading or keeping an eye on chat, and then I got kicked off. But just what I was saying earlier, I wanted to clarify. I think some people were confused, so maybe they'll catch on the replay. But I wasn't suggesting anything that I said in reference to Colorado. That was my whole point. It was just bypassing them altogether, and maybe taking another avenue again, just to question it. But or have her questioned properly. And I agree with you more often than I don't.
Oh my
And
God, I think the idea that you put forth is how to legally get her in front of investigators is freaking. I mean, that might be the only path. I think it's brilliant. I love it. I'm so glad you shared that.
I mean, I think I just want someone to take an interest in this, because yes, it might be a closed case in Colorado. We're never going to get anything more out of Chris, but I mean, the truth he told alone, that is what he sought out to do. He got it from someone. That means there was someone else. There was someone else involved. He told us that. And the suspicion of a crime alone is enough to open an investigation and find out. And, you know, it doesn't matter if I were married and were plotting to do something to my person, okay, and then say tragically, you know, he's in the military. Let's say I've been plotting and conspiring to do all these things, but then he ended up meeting his demise organically. That doesn't mean I still didn't commit a crime. I could still be punished for that.
Sure. Yeah.
So the fact that she and the baby aren't here doesn't mean that North Carolina wouldn't still have cause to investigate them being gone. It's like, oh, well, you know, it happened anyway, so bygones be bygones. No, our justice system doesn't work like that. You pay the piper.
That's why we are so. I mean, we're still investigating cold cases that have been cold for 60 years. That is part of the agreement that we as citizens have with our justice system. That whether we are here or not, our justice system is going to take care of that justice for us. And when they stop doing that, is when it all fails.
And that's why I get so frustrated. And that's why I really started looking at, like, okay, well, what are what is another option? And I started looking first, like, at the federal route. And yes, again, M is not typically prosecuted at the federal level, but there are components of a crime crossing states that does give federal jurisdiction to investigate, prod, question all the and have involvement in the case. But more likely than not, it could or would be prosecuted at the state level. I'm not even jumping that far ahead. I want someone to drag her in by her hair, that stringy ponytail, and sit her down without her dad,
Mm-hmm.
and let's see what your answers look like, years later.
Right.
Because she couldn't keep it together 2 weeks after.
Mm-hmm. And call
Right,
Tammy to
right.
interview her also.
And that's what I want. And to my last breath, and I feel so bad because I know the family just says over and over they want people to leave it alone. I'm not okay with that because
No.
Shanann is all of us.
Right.
Right, right.
And if
That's
someone
right. I
else
mean,
was
as a
involved,
family, I always have respect and care and love and compassion for them, and we've, done whatever we can to support them on this channel in a number of ways. But at the end of the day, you're right. I mean, they of course have preferential same treatment, but you're right. Shanann is all of us. Thank you for saying that. That was really well said.
Mm-hmm.
she is, and it could just as easily, God forbid, be one of us or my sister, or I don't even, we all have children. We're all mothers. I'm not okay with my a case of someone I care about or in my family being handled like this, or just letting people walk free. And for whatever
Right.
reason, perhaps they are, and perhaps they want to turn a blind eye. But I don't want to live in a society and a place where something like that could happen. And we're just letting these freakazoids walk among us,
You bring up
sharing,
so many good
sharing the water cooler in the fridge. No, that fucking pass.
You
Get
bring up
away
so
from
many
me.
good points. I
Yeah.
remember when it first happened and it was in the news, like mainstream media, and it was as if mainstream media was like, oh, she was an annoying Facebook person, MLM, and her kids were going to be annoying Facebook people, MLM, just like her. So no big deal. I really got that feeling like that they were just demeaning her and the girls. It was
the
very
way I see it, I agree with you 100%. The way that it's just cast out, well, he can, so whatever. If there's other people involved, and I'm sorry to say, but there's certain times all across the United States, since however long ago, that the district attorney, whoever's prosecuting the case, and the judge has made decisions in opposition of what the family wants.
Yeah.
In the pursuit of justice, I don't want them further victimized, but you can't victimize an entire society by letting would-be murderers walk amongst us because you just feel
exactly.
like giving a pass to somebody. Where's
Right.
the
And
line?
it's
What's
really
the
gas to that family.
criteria?
But
He
What's
you
the
know
gassed
what?
that family
criteria
from day
for getting a
one.
pass or
Right.
not?
Right. And
But
he
the
gassed
way
that family from day one. They don't even know what they want because he's lied to them so badly.
Right.
And
the
Right.
you
way
have to ask
those
yourself why that is.
the
Mm-hmm.
way
Yeah.
The
the
devil's in the details here. I know it, and I've had that feeling all along.
absolutely.
We've got to talk because I'll tell you what the devil is in the details. And it has very much to do with what we are talking about tonight, but I will make it very clear for you.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I would really love that because I think about this case and when my gosh, I don't even know the hours that I've spent on this, but it bothers me to my core, and I'm just not okay. And
Mm-hmm.
I just it's sad, and it's to just let it be where it is with all these questions unanswered is to re-victimize them over and over and over
Right.
again.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Amen.
They definitely did a half-baked job, and in my experience,
Well, that's generous.
yeah, it is. In my experience, pretty much all cases like all cases are half baked because the people prosecuting the cases get paid the same no matter how much they put in, and most of them are going to do the bare minimum. It's sad, but it's true, in my opinion. They don't get paid extra if they go the extra mile. They don't see it like, oh, I need to protect society from these dangerous people. They
Well,
see it
then they
like
should shut the doors at the courthouse and open a popsicle stand
exactly
because that's your job.
that's all it
Right.
is to them
Yeah.
is a paycheck. In the end, like they just want to get paid. They want to go on vacation. Like they don't care enough. And I say that having worked in similar situations in my
Wait, who are you saying this about?
I'm talking about the whole court system. I mean, my
Wait,
husband's
this is like the people, because you guys know that I have like a family of attorneys basically,
I'm
and
not
like
talking about attorneys.
I know
Don't
you're
worry.
not. I just want to like draw a like contrast here too, like in like the people, like the justice systems that I grew up around, or the people that I've been exposed to, and then I went to law school, and yes, I dropped out because I just didn't know what I wanted to do with that. But I know a lot of like really passionate, amazing attorneys, district attorneys, people working in all sectors of law. And this complacency that we see, like from district attorney work, is absolutely fucking not acceptable. And the fact
Right.
that he was in office 4 terms running uncontended is not acceptable.
It's ridiculous.
There needs to be a different oath, and I understand that lawyers organically. I wanted to be a lawyer. That's what I wanted to do, and I didn't. And I understand it's different for defense and prosecutors, but they still have that bulldog mentality of wanting to win. And sometimes maybe for a prosecutor, it's not in your interest for your stats. Okay, like it's free, whatever, like it's All-Star Weekend, like your stats are going to be affected if you dig a little deeper. Maybe you end up on the losing end of something, but we don't live in a place anymore where we can turn a blind eye. There's so much information available in details and stuff, and I think prosecutors have to open themselves up to the possibility that maybe admitting, hey, I was wrong here in the pursuit of justice, because there has to be some uniformity. And the special treatment stuff, it's poisoning the entire system from the inside out. And defense attorneys want to win. And yes, you should defend your client to the absolute best of your ability. But the mindset of who a prosecutor represents and what they should stand for and what a defense attorney's goal is are two very different things. And it should be that way by design.
Right.
Well, and the defense attorneys, they are going to make more money the harder that they work. You know, the prosecuting attorneys are on a salary. They don't necessarily, they might get a bonus, but they don't necessarily make a dime more. But really, I mean,
but no one forced them in that job. They took it. They chose it. They sought it out.
And the crimes are very
and you should
complex.
have the passion and the desire to do it and to bring justice to the victims you supposedly represent, or you should start your own practice and be a defense attorney.
Exactly. My family's also attorneys, my nieces, my aunts, my brothers, and I also wanted to go to law school and didn't follow through. But in this case, I think there's a little more to it.
Well, aren't we just a sad group of wannabes tonight?
Well, we are. In Spanish, we say we're frustrated. We're frustrated attorneys, as they would say, right? But
Well,
you
see,
know
I
what?
worked in the courts, but I never wanted to be an attorney.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you though, I think in this case, the one piece that goes along with everything you guys said, I agree 100%. In addition to, I think though, I have to say, in this instance, although yes, everybody's got their, their own goals for them, for their own career, I think there's something way more, what's the word I'm looking for, Kelly? That's, oh gosh,
Oh no, this case was very politically polluted. It was
there's something nefarious going on, because I'm telling you, daddy fucking Wayne Kessinger, sorry, but why in the fuck does a 30-year-old woman get to have her daddy in there? See, this is what pisses me off. Forget about everybody. If the case was handled objectively, fairly, fine. You know what? It is what it is. But why we never got an answer as to why that skanky empanada was allowed to be in there with her daddy, and how dare he disrespect that doofus of a whatever the hell he is. I don't know if he was a detective. I don't know.
The question answers itself. Look back at the footage and look at the way that they pussyfoot. Or I should have said, but they danced around.
Yeah.
All the questions that they asked her.
Right.
And then that little guy that said he had an affair. I can't think of his name. They grilled him. They called his friends. They verified statements. They asked for cell phone records. They talked to his
Trent Bolt?
mother. Yes, Trent Bolt. Trent
Yeah.
Oh,
Bolt.
Trent.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes,
Oh,
In
yes.
a
definitely.
side-by-side comparison,
Yes.
that's all you need to know. She wasn't asked the proper questions because she was
Right.
never investigated. That
Right.
was a show. It was
But
performative.
right. Yes.
Absolutely,
And I say
absolutely.
why? Exactly. So
Well,
why?
and
Why was she treated differently?
remember Anadarko is in a, was it multi-million or multi-billion-dollar merger? I think it
I
was
don't.
multi-billion.
I think multi-billion.
And they lost the price was dropping in the millions per day while it was going on. They had to stop the bleeding. They made it stop as quickly as they could. We all know that Rourke lied to our faces. He knows that he lied to our faces.
The math isn't mathing.
Yeah.
And you can look back at things that they themselves both said and parse it in my very ignorant brain. It doesn't add up. When she said, "Oh, we really had to change after that. We were only having sex once or twice a day."
Yeah.
Girl, who? You've been dating this man. And remember too, in the middle of that, she went on her birthday trip.
Right.
So
Yes.
you guys have had sex 700 times and you've been together for 48 hours?
Yeah.
How? Explain to me.
This might seem a little bit unrelated, and maybe it is, but if you look at the maps, there's where the sand dunes are.
Yeah.
It's not that far away from where Suzanne Morphew's remains were
Unrelated. Let's stick to the Watts case. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's spooky out there, girl. I'm not saying
Oh,
that the
it is,
cases
yeah.
are related. I'm just saying that it's like a hellscape out there. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is like kind of corny, but this is like one of my favorite movies of all time. Like if I don't know if you guys have ever seen Silence of the Lambs, but when Anthony Hopkins'
Yes, I
character,
did.
he's like, okay, so when he's talking to Jodie Foster, and he's like, "What is it? What does it do? What does it covet?" So like this case, sometimes it's like the very simplest question. You look at the behavior, and I'm not in a position or educated enough to diagnose someone, but in my experience of like people over the years, I believe that Chris is, we all agree he's a narcissist. I believe him to be a covert narcissist, and I believe Nicole Kessinger is too. And so
I'm
yes,
sorry.
they
Okay,
might have had.
what is the covert narcissist? I don't know what that means.
So what I believe, I'm not saying that they didn't have a common goal together. But for a covert narcissism, their goal can change on the fly because they are ultimately serving themselves. And even though they might be, pursuing this other person, deep down, everything that they're doing revolves back to what they want, what they need, what they're being provided. They might they might roll out the red carpet for somebody else, but it's because it is feeding them. They're gaining something by doing it. They're buying something with their money, in other
Covert
words.
narcissist is essentially, and this isn't the whole thing, is going to generally appear more passive and introspective and will be both of those things, but nevertheless will have the same bold, self-serving goals, ambitions, and drives and motivations as what we would consider to be a typical narcissist.
You're also going to get more passive aggressive behavior with a covert narcissist as opposed to a regular overt narcissist.
But you can look at the actions, and then you can literally look at the actions and just in the simple things and find lies. They're trying to, when they said that, or she said she showed up there at the 4th of July and sat there and, he was cleaning the carpet. Well, let's parse that for a second. Your wife has been gone. That house was immaculate.
Right.
Yeah.
Shanann didn't leave a mess. You've been with your little chickie babe.
Well,
why are you cleaning the carpet? Because someone else has been there. You're about to leave. You're about to leave to go, and when you get back, with the girls, you want to make sure there's no hair on the carpet. I guarantee you, if there was some long brown hair, Shanann would have found hair from another woman being in her home. I don't buy that she hadn't been there.
That's a really good point, sis. And also at the same time, NK revealed way too much when she was talking about that detail of him vacuuming rooms that nobody had been in, because what she revealed by accident, and she caught herself, she knew that she said too much. She revealed that she'd been over there a lot more times than what she said.
Oh yeah.
Every liar exposes themselves. And exactly. And you're going to tell me Chris, the self-serving guy, gets away from his girlfriend who's been sweating him all morning because he had to take a call because his wife's mad because he didn't do this, he didn't do that. You're going to tell me he gets in a quiet house and he's not going to plop his ugly ass down and turn the TV on and watch some sports
Right.
or go for a run? The first thing he thinks to do when he gets there is to shampoo the carpet. No, he's cleaning something up.
Right.
And putting the latch on the door on the top.
And the fiddling with the cameras.
And how did
that was fake? That was fake.
I love when
Hey,
when Baumhover asks her, "How did you gain access to the house?" and she just stops and says, "Oh, wow, that's a really good question."
Her finger in the mouth like the little sexy schoolgirl act.
She sits there buying herself more time because saying all that bought her time because she's thinking, oh, fuck, how do I answer this question?
Right.
I know that they're going to see me on some of the Vivint and I know that they're going to have some information. So how am I going to tell a lie that will match up with whatever evidence they have that I don't know what they have?
Exactly. Can I ask you guys a question? I must have missed this, but very recently I saw something that indicated the possibility of them having had a camera in the backyard that was somehow disconnected. Can you guys tell me about that?
Oh, we lost Kelly.
Oh, we did.
But yeah, that makes sense because why wouldn't they have a camera in the backyard? But the story has always been that they didn't.
Yeah,
I don't know of one specifically, and I don't want to say that they did or assume that there was one, but it is. He did admit, and I don't remember what interview it's in, but he did admit to turning them off and Shanann getting mad and yelling at him, whatever, and it was him, and he did admit that it was him. The whole there was no organic problem with the security system.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. Because while she was in North Carolina, that was what a lot of their conversations were about. She was like,
did you guys? Oh, no. I'm going to ask you guys this.
So she would say, "Oh, you need to call Vivint now, or I'm gonna flip out," because she got the same dual alerts: doors opening, closing, things being left open or shut, and he couldn't. Yeah.
Did you see? This was super recently. Okay, somebody had a video up that I watched on the Watts, and I had never seen this before, you guys. So I apologize, but for my ignorance, but I just saw this where it actually showed that it was someone else's camera on the front of their house. Okay, so I don't believe it was. I don't know if it was footage from Nate that he had not previously shared with us, or if it was someone else's camera where they show that Chris was coming out of the side gate, where the rocky path, that he was coming in through the side gate. And then the speculation was,
wait, where did you see this?
Real recently, I saw on YouTube.
Was it talking about a video or did it show a video?
No, it showed it. It showed it. And I'm like, holy shit, I've never seen that. Or
I've heard
even
it talked about, but I've never seen that.
Are you talking about the morning of the incident?
No, I don't know. It had to do with prior to that. They were talking about where he positioned his truck and the theories, of course, which we all understand, so that Shanann would, even though she was in North Carolina, wouldn't see any odd activity. But I believe, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they were just talking about it, you guys, but I thought I saw him come from the so if you're looking at the garage or at the house in the front, I believe I saw him come out the side gate. Either I did or I didn't, and I'm confusing it with something else where they were just talking about it. But this was something
I do that sometimes too. I think it was talked about. I don't think there's video of that, but sometimes I hear things talked about so much. I will swear I've heard an audio or seen a video of it, then I really think about it. I'm like, no, that was just a story. Maybe. I know that
Yeah.
my brains do that. I don't know.
Because then
That's
in
also
that same
saying like, well, I saw or heard he walked to his mailbox. Like what's I would have to have like some type of context. Like what's nefarious? Like he lived there. You know what I mean? Like
right,
him
right.
just going through. Like I don't know. I would have to see it. I feel like
It
now
was
that you
that
explained it, I feel like I've heard something
It
about it.
was,
But
yeah, because in that same video, if I'm not mistaken, okay, where they were talking about him coming out, that someone saw him, a neighbor, come out of the side gate. Now, I'm not talking about the one by Betty's house on the right, but I mean, if you're looking at their house, right, the one to the left, closer to Nate's house, that is the same video in which they also revealed a camera. I don't know if they were showing it, but you know, when they're doing videos and they kind of zero in on something that seemed to look like a camera that supposedly was disenabled. I don't know if there was a video, what do you call, not a video, I say a camera, if there was indeed a camera that he, what do you call it, unenabled, disabled, right, that he disabled, or it was just speculation.
well,
I
even in
don't.
my work, like I've
There's
seen
an
whole
inventory,
businesses have.
list of the there's an inventory list of the Vivint cameras, security cameras in their house, and I can
Yeah.
tell you exactly where they were, and there was definitely no
None
back.
in the back. Okay, so that was
Why would anybody not have a back
Not connected to
camera?
the Vivint system. Dude, I've seen whole businesses that just have perimeters with decoy cameras because sometimes, depending on where or who's monitoring them or what service you're paying for, they charge you for each individual little item.
uh-huh.
And so them not having a lot of money, like maybe they would have, maybe they picked and choose, but it's not uncommon for people to make it look like they have something that they don't, just
Right.
to
I
deter.
had that in a situation in my house just because it's a matter of wiring actually, and it wasn't able to. So that something like what you're saying, whether it's financial or access or
Mhm.
So yeah.
But people see cameras everywhere, like it's the is this real? Let me get up close to
Right.
it and find out. You know, it's like
Right.
it's just not a thing. So they do work. I get it, but anyway, but yeah, I didn't know of any cameras in the back for sure. But
Okay.
anyway,
Well,
Right.
I want to duck out. I want to say thank you so much for having me, my dear.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap up because I'm tired. But this was a great conversation. Thank you guys for coming up. I appreciate you.
I missed you gals.
I
I
know,
know
me
it's so
too.
nice to see you.
That's so nice to talk
Nice
to you
to
guys.
I
see
miss you a lot.
you.
Yeah, call me.
Okay, Cannon.
I think I texted you last week.
Say what?
I texted you last week, right? Did you get my message?
I have, Kelly. I've been so busy. You know what? I had a medical
I
emergency
just want to make
too.
sure I had your right number.
I ended up in the ER. Like I thought I was about to have a heart attack. I had a bad reaction to a medication.
Oh
And
no.
I ended up in the ER. My blood pressure was 188 over 144, and
Oh
my
my.
iron dropped to 6. Like I could not breathe. I was about to like stroke out. So I missed everything that happened last week. But I did see a message from you and stuff. No, it was fine. It was like the most like silly medicine ever. I don't know why. I just had a reaction to it, and anyway, so yeah, it's just been really chaotic and stuff too. My daughter's gone this week and she's with her dad, and so I just always try to work and do as much as I can while she's gone and I don't have a little shadow. So I've been busy, but I would love to chat and catch up. We always say that, but we're gonna just have to just do it. I'm just gonna make you do it one day.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I just want to see how you guys were doing.
Yes. Well, I do miss you. I'll hop off too, Kelly, and I'll let you wrap up your live. But you guys, thank you for letting me up, Kelly. And
It's so nice to
I'll tell you about the devil in the details.
yes, thank you. And thank you for always letting me express myself freely.
Of course. No, I love hearing that.
It was a
Great.
very exciting conversation. I appreciate you guys.
Justice, it was good to see you too. And I'm sorry, who else was up here? I gotta look.
So we have Sherry, Nilda, Justice A through Z. Sherry's down though, but she was up. So yeah, I want to thank Suspicious, Justice A through Z, Nilda, and Sherry. Thank you guys for being up. You're a great guest panelist, and thank you so much for a great conversation.
Good night.
Yes, wonderful live.
I'll watch you close up and wrap up however it is you choose to do.
Okay.
I'll be
it's going to be
watching.
brief, but thank you guys so much.
See you guys soon.
All right. Bye,
See
guys.
you.
Thanks again. My microphone keeps, I don't know what's going on here. It's like, go to bed. My microphone's telling me to go to bed. So, all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining in on this conversation. Again, there is going to be a part 2 to this live stream, as I always anticipated. But I just want you to understand, if you were here the whole time, the whole 4 hours, or watched the whole thing, that every single piece that we talked about is, well, that like I presented, our panel's conversation was great. It did go off into different tangents, and so I can't say all of that connected in. But the pieces that I presented as part of the planned part of the programming this evening are all integral parts of the main topic and the question: who gave Chris Watts the OxyContin? Why was that? What was the intention? And are there outstanding criminal charges that are attached? And I'll tell you, the answer to the last question is yeah, there are. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to follow up with those. And suspicious, whether it's in North Carolina or Colorado, I don't care. But that's one thing we do need to talk about. And Nilda, it was great to see you, honey. Thanks for
Hey,
coming up.
you too. Are we gonna? So we'll continue to hear your feedback then on the Oxy, right? And
Oh, yeah,
we're
definitely. I'll probably do the second part next week.
all right. Good. Yeah,
Every time I do a Watts live stream, I need like a little break. So,
I know, right?
yeah.
I think for the Oxy it was definitely NK. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, do you think I would really even be talking about it if it was anyone else?
I know exactly. No,
I don't know. I don't slam the family members and oops, my microphone. So, but yeah. So, all right, guys. But do remember, as we talked about, life is hard. But remember, at our centers, at our core, we are all more the same than we are different, and that is even if you are on Team Watts or Rusick, if you have to go one way or the other. But I say we should all just be on team compassion for each other because life is hard. So please be kind to one another, and most of all, be good to yourself because you deserve it.
Oh, thanks.
Go
So do you.
Go eat your NK chocolate. Drink your soda with it and suck the macros, baby. Oh, as we're going out, I'm just going to show the NK video a couple more times for those of you that may have missed it. But I'm even going to take myself off, Nilda, so I can show it as large.
Yeah, how do I remove myself? I got a dumb question.
Oh,
how do I
don't
take
know.
my from the panel? Is that
Okay.
do I hit
I don't
leave?
want to take you down abruptly. So let's say good night. Thank you for coming on, and then I'll remove you.
Okay.
I'll talk to you soon, sweetheart.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye. Okay. So yeah, I forgot. Yeah, how do you know how to do that if you don't know how to do that? All right, let's see. So no, we're not going to remove NK. Fuck no. Get back up there. There she is. No, her glory. Our girl. I know. I'm not thriving. I know. Clearly I'm not thriving. That's funny, LJ. Gotcha. All right. LJ, I'll text you my phone number. Yeah. And then we have to talk. I have to know what you're talking about now. I must know, even if I don't ever talk about it. I'm so curious.